Hello everyone, my name is Mehdi, and in this course I want to talk about Dart. And we'll learn all concepts in Dart with real examples and projects. In this course, you will learn how to make a social media app in console. You can log in, sign up, add posts, and chat with other users. In first step, we'll learn fundamentals in Dart, and after that, we're going to create our social media app. This course is first step to be a senior Flutter developer. After each section, we have some exercise, and I want you to solve them. If you have any question, ask them in Discord server. Okay, let's go to course.
In the first step, we need an environment to add our code. And for the first, I want to go to Dartpad.dev. Here, we can quickly type Dart code and use the editor to help create our programs. I am considering using this to start my tutorial because we don't need any configuration for this environment. When you go to Dartpad, you see this code. It doesn't matter. I remove this. And in Dartpad, we have two main sections. In here, we write codes and we can get our result in console. This section is about documentation. You can see it. Let's print something. For example, hello Dart, and run, and you see our result. Print function, it's a function to print everything we want in the console. Let's play math and print our calculations. In school, we learn mathematical things. For example, we can add, subtract, multiply, or divide, and etc. Let's do this in Dart. I want to do some calculation. For example, I want to add two numbers and print the result. And you can see 2 plus 2 is 4. For example, let's minus. You can see 4 subtract 2, it's 2. Let's multiply. Yeah. And we can divide, and the result is 2. This for operator, it's very simple, and like math, we have an order. For example, if I add 4 to 4 and divide by, for example, 2, let's check result. Yeah, we have 6. And why? Because divide or multiply has priority to run, and we have 4 divide 2, the result is 2, and add to 4, yeah, result is 6. But if we want change order, we can use parentheses. For example, I use parentheses. I want 4 plus 4, and after that, divide by 2. And check the result. The result of 4 plus 4 is 8, and divide by 2, we have 4. But if we replace 2 with 3, we have a decimal value. Yeah, you can see 2.666. But if I don't want decimal values and I wanna get the integer value, I can use new operator like this. And you can see the decimal values is disappear. We have divide, that's decimal, that have decimal values, but if I use this operator is for integer dividing. Okay, let's talk about another operator, and we call them modulo. And what's for that? We know 4 divided by 2, the result is 2. Yeah, it's 2. And If I use modulo operator, we can see the result is 0 because modulo is 0. Okay, in this section, let's set names for our data. Yeah, that's correct. I want to talk about variables in Dart. Variables and constants are both ways to store values in your program. Think of them like little boxes that you can put things in, but they have a few key differences. Let's start with variables. A variable is just a name that you give to a value in your program. You can think of it like a sticky note that you put on a box, with the value of the sticky note being whatever value you want to store. And just like how you can move the sticky note to a different box, you can also change the value of a variable whenever you want. For declare variable, add type of variable and variable name. For example, we can move our data to a variable like this. Here, int is a type for my value, and we save 1 in this variable instead of printing. And in here, we see another operator in Dart. Yes, correct. Equal operation. And use this operation to assign value to a variable. Let's talk about the types of variables in Dart. And start with int. Int type can hold all numbers like these. Double can hold all decimals like a string can hold text data like hello world. And boolean can hold just true or false. These are common variable types in Dart. Let's check them and print them. Okay, I remove these and let's print my value. And run. And you see, 1 is print. And my value is a name for my data. And when I use my value, I am calling the value on my value name. Let's check another type. We know that. I called my value my integer. We can change it. Whole number, for example, let's change this and create a double value. My double 1.2. We use double for decimal values. Let's print it again. Print my double. Yeah, you see it. Let's add a string value. My string. And I want to say Mahdi Mirzadeh. But I forgot to print it. Print my string and semicolon. Yeah, you can see. And let's check boolean value. For example, my bool. Let's add it true. Yeah, you can see. We call these variable because we can change the value. For example, let's change my integer value. For example, I put 1000 and print. And you can see this item will change. Yeah, you can see it. Dart is a type-safe language. And what's that means? For example, I can't pass decimal values to an integer type. You can see we have an error. A value type double can't be assigned to a variable of type int. But for int and double, we have another type that hold both of them, integer and double values. For example, I can change int to num, and num can save integer values and double values. And you can see our error is gone. And we have 1.2. And one more thing, Dart is smart. You can use var keyword and Dart can know what is your data type. For example, I use var. Let's remove this because it's very messy. Let's remove it. And I use var keyword and no type. I call it no type. And I pass 1. And when I print no type, I have 1. And when I hover on no type, we can see it's int. That means in compile time, Dart know what is this type. For example, I can change no type value to a double because in compile time, not in runtime, Dart consider these no type as an int. And you can see a value type double can't be assigned to a variable of type int. Okay, for practice, let's create a calculator. Let's remove these. And this calculator get 2 double number. For example, 1.5, or let's check with integer. I passed 5 to that and int number 2, it's 8. And we want to print all operators that we learn. For example, first of all, print number 1 plus number 2. Print number 1, subtract number 2. Print number 1, divide number 2. Print number 1, multiply number 2. Let's print these 4 operator. And yeah, you can see it. 5 plus 8, 13. 5 minus 8, minus 3. And in here, we have a decimal division. This is our result, and this is multiply result. If we want, let's copy and paste again and use integer divider. And when I run, you can see 0 because decimal values is gone. And for the last, let's print module number 1, number 2, and you can see the result is 5. Now let's talk about constants. A constant is also a way to store a value in your program, but with one important difference. Once you give a value to a constant, you can't change it. You can think of it like a sticker that you put on a box with the value of the sticker being the value of the constant. In Dart, you create a constant by using the const and final keyword, followed by name you want to give it, and then the value you want to store. I have a final, for example, age is 25. And you see, we can pass a type, or just like var, we can replace with final, and age, it doesn't change anymore. For example, I can change it 26 and see why error. The final variable age can only set once, or final name, for example, Matty. And we can replace these with const. Two of them is same, and we can change the value. But what is difference between const and final? Let's check. We use const when we know the value in compile time, but sometimes we don't know the value in compile time, and just we know the value in runtime. And let's check an example. For example, when I want store a datetime, we talk about in later, but let's check. We have a datetime in Dart. It's built-in class that gets now date, and when I want to pass to a const value, for example, const date equal datetime.now, we have an error, and you can see we can't pass datetime.now, that means current time, to a const, because const only work when we know the value in compile time. In compile time, we know 25 and pass it age. We know Mehdi text and pass it to name, but we don't know when the program run what's the time. But if we want to define it constant, we can use final keyword and error gone, and we can change to another date time. You can see we have an error if we do that, and yeah, you can see the variable date can only be set once. So why would you use a constant instead of variable? Well, constants can be useful when you have a value that you want to be sure won't change accidentally. For example, if you are writing a program that uses the value of server URL, you might want to make it a constant to make sure no one accidentally change it to the wrong value, because if changed, your app will not work. For example, if I have a variable, for example, server URL, and I pass, for example, http google.com, for example, and this is my server that I want to call and load, for example, posts, loads lots of things. But if we can change it accidentally, our app will be broke and not work anymore. And for that, we use const to prevent accidentally change. Now that you know the basics of variables and constants in Dart, let's talk about something that may seem small, but is actually very important: choosing variable names. When you choose a variable name, you want to pick something that makes sense for the value you are storing. You want to choose a name that's descriptive and easy to remember. That way, when you come back to your code later, you'll be able to quickly understand what's going on. The recommended style for choosing variable name is called camel case. For example, when I want to declare int variable that's we want to store a student score, we use a student and capital S and score, it's like that. For example, 20. For example, we can pass capital S for a student and a score, but it's not recommended because you can see in here the variable name is in lower camel case on the identifier. It's better use small, and when you have another, for example, if you have a student, it's okay, but if you want pass another word, you need capitalize them and it's called camel case. When for starting use lowercase, that's called lowercase lower camel case. And for more information, check link below. Remember, the goal of choosing good variable names is to make your code easy to read and understand. Don't be afraid to take a little extra time to come up with a good name.
Until now, we learned Dart, we code Dart in Dartpad, but let's bring Dart in our machine and with an editor try to add some code and programming with Dart. Okay, this is Dart.dev, the official website for Dart. If you choose Get Dart, in here you can install Dart SDK, and depend if you have Windows, Linux or Mac OS, you can do these steps. And after that, when you open a terminal and print Dart, you see you have some menu, for example Dart -- version, and that means I have a Dart in my computer. After do this, and after step by step do commands, or if you have Windows, you have some option to do that. It's very simple, and after that you are all ready to code in Dart. And we need something like Dartpad, some editors to writing our codes. You can install every editor, text editor you want, but we go to start with Visual Studio Code, or VS Code for short. And I think it's a good editor. You can actually use Android Studio, but I use VS Code because it's very light, and when we wanna forward and go to Flutter, this editor have an extension and plugin to support Flutter. Okay, in here, when you go to the when you go to code.visualstudio.com, you can download it, and depend on your OS, you can download it, and after that you see this window. This is VS Code, and in here you can open a folder. For example, we can choose open folder. I go to the my project, new folder, for example Dart examples. This is my folder, and in this folder I open this folder, and in here every files or folder you create in here, it means you are creating these files and folder on Dart example folder. You see this title. For example, if I click in here a new file, or in here new file, I can create a new file, for example main.dart. It's actually something like Dartpad. In here we can write everything, and first of all I create void main for start our Dart. And you see, if after I create this function, this void function, the function we see on Dartpad, run and debug in here, and VS Code knows, okay, you are create a Dart file, and we are in main function, and we can run it. And if I, for example, change the name, VS Code and Dart doesn't know what are you talking about, and we create main. And before I start coding, let's try something in VS Code. When you install Dart and VS Code, in here you have sections, extensions. If you click on that, I have a lots of extensions. I show you some of them that's it's useful for you. For example, in here I have a Dart. You have to install Dart. In here, it's extensions for supporting and debugger your Dart language and Dart project. After that, I have a Flutter in here. When we go to, I don't want to talk about Flutter. We need, if we want to developing Flutter applications in VS Code, we need these extensions, but it doesn't matter for now. And after that, let's check some of these extensions I installed. In here, I have in this package, and this extensions is deprecated. It doesn't matter. In here, we have a bracket colorize, and if you see that I run, if I after creating main, I have a yellow, or if I create another curly braces, it's change color, another change. And when we have these colorized, it's very specific. Okay, when I want to create code in here, I know if it's open in here, close in here. Very understand if you have a very bracket, or for example parentheses. One of them, it's I use for help me to one of them, it's for example community material theme. It's lets you to beautiful your, it's colorify and beautiful your VS Code. You have some options to change colors and fonts, and these are not very important. Actually, extensions help you to write code faster. One of them I want to talk about. Yeah, for example, in here I have material themes. I have material themes icon. For example, when I create main.dart, I have a Dart icon in here. For example, if I create, for example, test.html, in here I have a HTML icon. Okay, back to extensions. Okay, and one more thing I want to mention, that I have some settings true in this course. If it's better and best experience for you, let's close that. Press Command Shift and P, and after that search for settings, preferences. In here search for font, and when you use font, in here we have a font ligature. We can edit it in settings, and in here I set this parameter to true. This files as a JSON. We talk about JSON later, but in here we have a JSON. We can set some settings for VS Code, and when you set font ligature true, if you have some commands, and we see these commands in later in this course. For example, use double equal, that means equal to, or greater than or equals. We see these beautiful and better experience format. If I set this font ligature false and save this file, in here you see this format is gone.
Okay, let's use VS Code and run some Dart code. Okay, let's talk about dynamic types. Let's check JavaScript language. JavaScript is dynamically typed language, and you can change your variable value type. For example, in JavaScript, you can create a variable and assign a value, for example, 42, and check the value to a string or double or everything you want. And this is allowed in JavaScript. But when, for example, change your int value to a string and do mathematical things to that, you get runtime error. In Dart, we have both ways. And we know we have, for example, int, string, and these are variable types. But we have another types that's called dynamic. And dynamic can change value whatever. and dynamics can hold everything. For example, you define dynamic variable and pass an integer, and after that you can change it to a string. Let's check. For example, I can use dynamic age and pass 20, and I can change age to hello. It doesn't recommend it to use dynamic, but sometimes you need that, because when you use dynamic, maybe you get runtime error. For example, I can print age divide by 3, for example, and run it. What's happened? Debug console, yeah, you can see. Class string has no instance method for division, and we can divide hello to 3, and you get runtime error, and it's very bad. Maybe your app will be crash. Okay, let's talk about something that can be really useful. Checking the type of variable at runtime. Sometimes you need to ensure that a variable is of a certain type before doing something with it. For example, let's say you have an application that takes user age. If someone puts in a string instead, your application will probably break. So you want to check the type of the arguments before you use it. In Dart, you can check the type of variable at runtime using the is keyword. Here's an example. Okay, let's define variable, for example, age, and let it go. When you don't pass any data to age, it's defined dynamic for default. But when I pass 20, age will be int. But let's define it dynamic. And age change to 20, and print age is int. I want to show you. Yeah, you can see true, because age is int type. But if I change age to hello and run it again, you can see false, because I change age type to a string, and it isn't int. And we have another operator is not. Let's run. Yeah, you can see we have true, because age is not. This is not int, because it's a string. And if I change it, for example, to a string, we get true, because age in last part is a string. Be careful not to rely too heavily on type checking. In many cases, it's better to use Dart's strong typing system to make sure your code is correct at compile time, rather than relying on runtime checks. And we can improve this to change this to int. And when we do that, we can't pass string to age. And we know always it's int. And if I pass int, you can see Dart linter give me unnecessary type check. The result is always true. Okay, let's talk about new thing, type conversion. For example, we have 20 and we know it's integer. We can check it, for example, with print age.runtime type, and runtime type show us what is the type of this variable. Yeah, this is int. Okay, let's pass age to a double variable, for example, age2. It's not a good name, but for testing, and I want to pass age to that. and we have error. And what is this error? A value of type int can't be assigned to a variable of type double, because we can't pass integer to a double, but we have a type conversion, and we can do conversion. For example, dot to double, and it's allowed. Dot to double convert integer age to double, and let's print h2. And you can see we have a decimal value. And sure, if we have a double age and I pass 20.0 and I have an h2 and it is int, and when I pass age, it's not allowed. A value of type double can't be assigned to a variable of type int, but I can that to int, and you can see. Let's run, and you can see we have a 20 in integer. But if, for example, 20.5 and run it again, and you can see when we use .toInt, it's converted to int and remove this section. Okay, let's talk about another concept that called casting. You can see everything in Dart is object. For example, we have a num, and integer and double is subtype of num. For example, if I have num age and pass 20, okay, I want to create int age2 and pass age. We have error because num can't assign to integer, but we can do downcasting. As an int. This is called downcasting because num is top of int and we are downcasting age as int. We can do that. Let's check. Open debug console, and yeah, you can see 20. Always we can do downcasting, but if I change, for example, var and check to double, and let's see what happened. We have error. Type int is not a subtype of type double, because when you are considering num, in runtime, num define integer. Because num variable in runtime is integer and we can't cast to double, because double is sibling to int and we can casting sibling. It's not allowed. All your code in every programming language can be reduced to raw numbers, and numbers is the language of CPUs. Strings are not different. There have been several standards over the years, but the modern standard is Unicode that defines the character set mapping that almost all computers use today. For example, 94 is Unicode of A, and let's check it in example. If I have a string A and pass A and print A dot code at 0, doesn't matter if you want to check it, just yeah, you can see 97. And when we are using a string, we are passing a list of characters, for example A, B, C, D. And for get the unit code, we need check at or get all the codes. Let's check. This is array we talk about later. We know A it's 97, B is 98, C 99, and D is 100. And when we have just a character in a string, always consider a string and list of characters. That in here we have one item in that. For create strings, you can use double quotation or single quote, but it's better to use single quote because it's recommended in a style guide docs. Okay, let's talk about two concepts about strings. In a string, we have concatenation and interpolation. For example, if I have a var name, I call Mehdi, and var last name, I use lower camel case and pass mir, and I want to print my name and last name. In here, I want to use a string concatenation. For example, name plus a space plus last name. And let's check result. You can see I have my name, one space, and my last name. These are a string concatenation. We can bring strings together, and for example, I can pass it in another string, for example, or a string or var, it doesn't matter, name and last name, and I pass these, and I can print name and last name. Let's run. And you can see. But we have a better solution and called interpolation. For example, I can use a single quote, dollar keyword, pass name, space, dollar last name. Let's check. We have the same result. You can use variables or everything you want. For example, and age is, I use these and pass 20. Let's check. This is a string interpolations, and we can add something in our string with $sign. For example, in here I use $name and I passed my name variable. In here I use last name. This is a string, and $20. For example, I can do a mathematical in here. For example, 2 multiple 2. Run it again. You can see an age is 4. And when we have, for example, I can do it in curly braces, but it doesn't different because we have a one things. But when we want, for example, do more than one things, we need curly braces. If I remove these, you can see it doesn't understand because parentheses doesn't means to these. Let's talk about more about the strings. For example, I want to create multi-line string. var multi-line string and equal 1 2 1 1 2 3 1 2 3, and in here I use 3 single quote, and at the end of that 3 single quote, and in here I can write everything I want. For example, hello, my name is Mahdi and I'm 23. Let's print bye or a smile and run it. Oh, I forgot to print it. Print multi-line string. Run it. And you can see hello. After this enter, we have my name, and we have another enter, and I'm 23rd, and another enter, and smile. With this style, we have multiline string. But you can add it like this. Hi or hello \n. It means new line. My name is Mehdi, new line, and I'm 23 \n and smile. We can do this. Yeah, you can see. If you have a long string but you want to have a clean code, it's very hard to see. You can, for example, chunk by chunk add this new line, but all of them is one line. Let's check. You can see. And Dart compiler consider a string concatenation in here. You know? Yeah, you see this. Okay, let's create a real program to review what we learned. Okay, we understand basics of something like mathematicals and variables. Let's do an example with that. I want to create a social media profile. For example, I want to create an Instagram account. I want to create this page, and let's see what happened. Okay, in this page, first of all, I want to create a username. We know we can use var or a string. I use var username, and I put, for example, Mehdi _CES. Okay, we have a username. We have an integer, or I can use var and Dart knows for me, follower count or follower. Yeah, follower count is better name. We know we wanna create very good names, and it's not a string. For example, let's put 100 and var following count. For example, let's put 10. And we have, for example, watch hours. For example, we have an account in Instagram that's a creator account, and Instagram show us insight about that. For example, we have a parameter that show watch hour, how many hours viewers see our video, and I wanna call it watch hour, and put, for example, 30.5. It means watch hours is equal 30 hour and half hour, and we use double for that because maybe we not exactly 30 hour, or for example 20 hour, maybe we have extra time, and in here we have half hour. Okay, I have a bio for my Instagram account, and my bio, maybe it's not one line. For example, I am a mobile developer, and in another line I want to show I'm a video creator, but I want to show next line. I can add \n for new line, or we know multiline strings. I can do 1 2 and 1 2 in here, and add inter for new line. Okay, let's print our results. In here we have variable and printing in console, but when we are creating applications, actually we use these variables and show these variables in UI format, in beautiful format like Instagram or any other social medias. Okay, for example, I want to print my username is, we know this format, yeah, because we have one variable. It doesn't need to add curly braces. We can use username, print my follower count, and count is, for example, it doesn't matter. In vscode, we have option to duplicate a new line, and in Mac you can hold Shift Option and down arrow, or in Windows Shift Windows and down arrows. For example, my following is following counts, yeah, and let's add two prints again. In here I have watch, my watch hours, it's watch hours, yeah, and my bio, it doesn't need count, is in here, for example. Let's check our application and see what happened. Okay, you can see my username is Mehdi_CES, my followers is 100 count, my following is 10 count, my watch hours is 30.5, and my bios is 10. Oh my bad, I'm sorry. We need to add bio in here and run it again. Yeah, you can see my bio is another line. Okay, but I think watch hours we are showing in here, it doesn't look like, you know, it's not good. I want to show, for example, 30 hours and 30 minutes. What can I do for that? Yeah, we know some mathematical things, do you know? Let's check. For doing that, we have some options. I want to do it very simple. For example, I have hour variable that watch hours dot to int, and we know when we use dot to int, this part removed and we have 13 hours. Okay, it's nice. I want to put it in hours because it's more than one, and var minutes. And what can I do for minutes? I can do, for example, I know hours or watch hours minus hours, and if we do that, we got this, and minutes is double, do you know? Because this is double and this is int. And after do a double subtract or add or whatever calculation do to this, if one of my variables is double, the result always will be double. I can wrap it in parentheses and add that to int, but I don't want to do that because I need this decimal value. And we got this 0.5. Let's print minutes, and what's this the result? Yeah, you can see it. It's minutes, but it doesn't have correct format. Let's format it to a minutes. We know that each hour has 60 minutes. You know, I can fill it again minutes. I want to change the values with this minutes multiply 60. Is that correct? Let's see what happened. Yeah, now it's correct. Okay, it's good. But maybe accidentally somebody or me in future change this value and my application will be broke. Let's define this 60 as a constant. How we can do that? We know that. We know const values. I use const minutes and put 60. And always when we want minutes, I can add minutes, but it's we can't use both name because we have these minutes in here and we have these minutes in here. We can't create two variable in same name. Let's change it, for example, minutes const. and minutes const, yeah. And we have const and we can change the value. You know, I can change it to 40, for example. And always I need minutes const. I can call it in here, I can use it, and it's very good. Okay, let's change our print. I want to check my watch hours, my watch time, for example. I can use this format. Hours and minutes. Let's see. Okay, you can see my watch time is 30 hours and 30 minutes, but it doesn't good, you know. I want to remove this. What can I do for that? I can do .toInt, but it doesn't acceptable because in a string, when we want to use variable in here and we have a not just a variable or one things, because we are calling a function on minutes, we need two curly braces. Yeah, and let's check again. Yeah, I think it's very good and I like it. For example, if my watch hours change to, for example, 37, let's check and run it again. Yeah, you can see my watch hours is grow and it's very good. Now, yeah, I have a very good insight. Okay, it's good. Okay, in this section, I want to talk about relational operators. We talk about arithmetic operators, and we learn what is booleans. And before relational operators, let's talk about booleans. Okay, we know that, and we know we have boolean or bool variables. Booleans are commonly used to compare values. For example, you may have two values and want to know if they're equal. Either they are equal, which would be true, or they aren't equal, which would be false. And for do this in code, let's create two variables. For example, I have Mahdi CS account and followers. For example, count, it's 100, and var, for example, John, followers, count, and it's, for example, 99. And let's print Mahdi CS followers count equal John followers count. And this operator is for checking equality between two things. For example, I want to check this variable value, is that equal to John followers count? And we refer to this value. In here, I want to print 100 is equal to 99. Let's check. And yeah, we know that it's false, and answer is no. But if John followers go to 100, for example, John followers equal to 100, let's change the value, or we have plus. It's mean when we use plus, it's mean John followers equal John followers count, that's in here, it's 99 plus 1. In short, we can use plus. And in here, you can see, if I run it again, I do it twice because John followers is 101, and they aren't equal. If I, for example, remove these, and run it again, yeah, you can see true. And if I change it again, you can and check what's value of John, print John followers count and run again, you can see 101. Okay, what's that mean? It's mean when I remove this, I cut it and I want to put it in a result variable and paste it again. In here, our result is Boolean. Type of result is Boolean because when we used equal, that means check two things. If they are equal, pass the value true. If they aren't equal, pass result false. Okay, and we see not operator in when we are talking about is or is not. We have this in here. If I move this result in parentheses, we know the result of this parentheses is Boolean, and I put not before this parentheses, the result is upside down. For example, if they are equal, we check this equality in here. If they are equals, that means if result true, it's returned to false. Or if there are equal and this parenthesis values it's true, it's returned false. For example, in here, let's remove these two things and put 100 again and check the value. Yeah, you can see false. And why we have false? Because Maddie's CS followers and John followers count is equal. It's true, but we use not operator, that means false. We have true in here and not true is false. And for short, we can use if Mahdi followers and John followers isn't equal, print true. But these are equal and we have not and we have false. For example, my followers, it's grow and I have 200 followers, okay? And if I remove these and let's check what happened, yeah, we know these aren't false because these aren't equal. And I want to talk about for operators. I can use greater than operator. It's mean I want to check Maddie's follower is greater than John followers, and we know, yeah, it's correct, and we have true in here. Let's check. Yeah, you can see. And in front of greater than, we have less than. Let's check. Yeah, we get false because Maddie's followers is greater than John followers, not less than. And because there aren't less than John, we get false. And let's check. For example, I have 100 and these are equal. I want to check if Mahdi followers is greater than John followers. I get true. Yeah, let's check. But these are equal, not greater than. We have used greater than or equals operation, and in here we get true. And we can check less than or equal, and again we get true because Matthew follower isn't less than John followers, but equals. If equals or less than, we get true, otherwise we get false. And one more point, we learn not operator that we use in here. We can add not operator in here. Not equal. Not and equal together is equal. Okay? It's like this. Not equal. If Matthew's follower count not equal John followers count, we get true. But These are equal and we get false. Each of test example above tests just one condition, but maybe we want to check more than one things. For example, I want check likes more than 100 and comments more than 10 both. In here, we have logical operators. For example, in here, I am checking 2% followers. But if I have var Mahdi CS likes count is 10 and var John likes count is, for example, 9. Okay. In here, I check Mahdi CS followers count, for example, greater than John followers count. I have these operator, and if we use these two things together, these two ampersand, it means if Mahdi CS followers count greater than John followers count and Mahdi CS likes count greater than John likes count. Let's bring this new line to see better. In between these parentheses, let's check. In between these parentheses, I use if Mahdi's follower count greater than John followers count, it's return a boolean, and in here, and Mahdi CS likes count greater than John likes count returns true. Okay, in here we have a boolean value, and after two and in here again we have a boolean value. If two of these is true, my result will be true. Let's check. Run. And we get false. And why? Because my followers count is not greater than John, but my likes greater than John likes. You know, 10 is greater than 9. It's true, but this is false. And if one of these conditions is false, whole of my result will be false. For example, if I add 2 equal 2, it's obviously true, we know that. But let's check. We get false. And why? Because we have a 3 boolean value. If one of them, when we have AND operator, if one of them false, whole of my result will be false. And we have another operators we called OR. When we use two these lines, vertical lines you see in your keyboards, you see it. These operators called OR. That's mean, okay, we have a 3 boolean in here, one in here, one of them in here, and one of them in here. If one of them is true, whole of my results is true, and that's mean if Mahdi CS followers count greater than followers count of John, or Mahdi CS likes count greater than John likes count, or 2 equals 2, we use OR, not AND. When we use OR, it means if one of them is correct, whole of my result will be true. Let's check. Yeah, we get true. Okay, we know that this Boolean logic is usually applied to multiple conditions. When you want to determine if 2 conditions are true, you use AND. While if you only care whether one of the 2 conditions is true, you use OR. Okay, let's check precedence in these operators. You know, we know what is precedence in arithmetic operators. We know, for example, multiply or divide by is have a more precedence over than minus or add, but in here, let's check. For example, if I change one of these or to and, let's check. I want to check my result. Yeah, you can see we get true. And why? Because I am checking this result. Matty.cs followers count is greater than John followers count? No. Okay, in here, our result is false. And let's check this. Matty.cs likes count is greater than John likes count? Yeah, 10 greater than 9. It's true. And 2 equals 2, it's true. Okay, these two are true. And if one of them is false, because we use AND operator in here, if one of them is false, our whole result will be false, because when two of them is true, okay, we have a true in here, but we get false in here. But because we have an OR operator, false or true, yeah, because we have it OR, we get true. And if I change these to OR and change these two, and let's check. Okay, and why I get true again? Because Matty.cs followers count is greater than John followers count. It's false, okay? We have false in here. We have a Matty.cs likes count, okay? We know that it's greater than, okay, it's true. And let's print it in here. We get true first, and I'm sorry, we get false. We get false first, and we get true, and we get OR true. Yeah, because 2 equal to it's true. And in these operators, we have precedence, and have more precedence over OR. Okay, and let's check. We get false and true. We know this result is false and false or true. Yeah, because one of them is okay and we get true. This is precedence in operator. But how we can change it to false? We can use parentheses. When we use parentheses in here, you change precedence. Okay? Yeah, we get false. And why? Because when you use parentheses, you check first these. You check inner parentheses in parentheses. For example, we have two parentheses. In whole parentheses, we have another parentheses, and this is matter. Okay? And this is first check. Okay, we know Matty.cs like is greater than, it's correct. And or 2 equals 2, it's correct. Two of them is true. Okay, we have a true in here, and after that we have an and between two of them. In parentheses we get true, but in here we get false. And false and true we get false. Okay, I know that it's maybe some confusing, but if you do some practices, you figure it out what's happening here. Now we understand some operators. These operators help us to control flow of the program. For example, we want to show a message if followers of Instagram account more than 100. For example, I have a variable. This variable is int. It doesn't matter. I want to add type int likes and add 100. And in here, I want to talk about if statement. Okay, I add if. This is a keyword in Dart. If likes greater than or equal 100, do something. For example, print good engagement. Let's check and run. Yeah, you can see we get this message. But if our less than 100, for example 99, run it again, and you see we don't have good engagement and nothing print. It's not for integer. It's could be everything. For example, I can add string username, and I pass Mahdi. Okay, I want to check if username equals to Mahdi. Let's print yes, you are Mahdi, and print and run. Okay, yeah, we get this. But if my username is John and run, we get nothing. But I want to extend my if statement to provide a code to run in the event that the conditions turn out be false. For example, if this is true and username equal to Mahdi, this is run. But if isn't, I want to say something to user. In here, we have an else keyword. Else and curly braces, print, no, you are not Mahdi. Run. And yeah, you get, no, you are not Mahdi. For example, if I pass Mahdi again and run, yeah, we get, yes, you are Mahdi. Okay, let's change it with likes. For example, I want to say if likes more than or equals, you see you have error. We can't check int with a string. It not makes sense. 100, I write good engagement, and if not, for example, I can say bad engagement. And run. Yeah, we have a bad engagement. But in this case, when we have 99 likes, it's not a bad engagement. For example, if I have lower than 50 likes, yeah, we can say bad engagement. But 99, it's not good, but it's okay. And what can I do for that? We have another things in if that we called else if. Else if, and we have another condition, for example, likes less than 100 and likes more than or equals 50. Do another things, for example, okay. And what's happening here? I say if my likes equal or greater than 100, print good engagement, okay? But else if likes between 150 likes lower than 100 and likes greater than 50, print okay engagement. And else if less than 50, we can say bad engagement. For example, we can check another between, for example, else if likes less than 50 and more than 10, it's, for example, I don't know, we can say something, but let's check this. We have an okay engagement. If I have a 60, I get okay engagement because 60 is between 100 and 50. But if I got 49, I get bad engagement. In if statement, for example, in if statement, if I have one line, I can remove these curly braces. You see, we have an error, but it doesn't recommend it because in complicated code or when you have more code, it's very messy and you can't understand. You can see this link and read Dart styles to help you understand why it's better use curly braces. We use curly braces for if, and we have a new concept that's called variable scope. It means with scopes, we have boundaries. And what's that mean? Let's check. For example, we have this boundary in main. You can see when we are in main, we call about main later, but in main we have curly braces, and that means in here we have boundary. For example, if I move out this boundary and print likes, compiler don't know what happened. Compiler doesn't know what like is, because likes is in this scope. And if I go to if boundary and between two curly braces, you can see when I'm in here, editor, hover, and you can see we have a border in here. If I create, for example, int a and pass 1, thing we can do with this a variable. But in this else if statement, if I print a, it's not make sense. Compiler don't know what it is a. Compiler doesn't know that. You know, if I'm in here, no, a it doesn't mean. But likes variable is known in here because this scope is child of this scope. Do you understand? This is scopes. This is boundaries that so variables is known or unknown. Okay, let's do some practice with these things that we learn. Operators and if statement. In last exercise, we see it's very tiny and short, simulate Instagram account, and I wanna add if statement and some operators to this program. Okay, let's run it again and what's happened and check what happened in my console. Yeah, you can see we have an overview to our account, and okay, it's very good. But I wanna add if statement to this program. I can add, for example, a variable is user has good engagement, and I pass false. For default, we know that user don't have a good engagement, and I want to add something in here to check. I want to check if watch hours is greater than 15. It's greater than 50. That's mean if watch hours is greater than 50 hours, I can change has good engagement to true. And in here I can check if I have a good engagement. I can print you have good engage. Okay, and else print no, you don't have good engagement. And let's run. Oh, okay, because we have a 30.5 watch hours, but if increase that to 50.7 and run it again, yeah, you can see I have a good engagement. Okay, but it doesn't have a good look like. Do you see? I repeat, I have a 2 if and I don't like this. We can do this and cut this if and bring it here, and we can remove this and delete this, and it's work again because I move our logic and condition in here and print it again. But we can add our boolean because maybe we want to store somewhere, or maybe we need that. We can do that. Okay. Now we know what is if statement. Let's talk about condition operators. Let's bring our example. For example, var likes, we have 100 if likes greater than or equal 100, print good engagement, else print bad engagement, and run. Yeah, you can see we have a good engagement. It's very good. Okay. And what is condition operators? I don't want to print this. I want to store these text in a variable. I can do it in this way. For example, a string, message, and if I have a good engagement, I want to cut this, remove print, and message is equal to good engagement, and else message equal bad engagement. Now, and I can, for example, I forgot to put semicolon, print message. Okay, let's run it again. It doesn't different because we are printing again. Yeah, but not in if. In if, we are storing our value. And if you have something like that, you can change it with operators. I can remove this if or bring it bottom, equal. I can put my value in here. In these parentheses, I bring these parentheses in here. You can see I have a condition and question mark. If that's correct and it's true, message equal to this. And what's if not? Else move bad engagement and remove these, and let's see what happened. Yeah, you can see it's same result. And in condition operator, we have 3 parts always. Okay, let's separate these 3 parts. We have a condition, for example, likes is greater than or equal 100, question mark. We have a question. Okay, in here we have a condition, and if the result of these parentheses is true, these return inside of equal, and else bad engagement move to message. Let's talk about another concept. Let's repeat our code again. I have a var likes 100 or 1000, it doesn't matter, and let's check if likes greater than or equal 1000, print very nice engagement. Okay, else if likes lower than 1000 and likes greater than or equal, for example, 700, print good engagement. Yeah, and else if, for example, likes lower than 700 and likes greater than or equal, for example, 300, print okay engagement. And if not, and it's and print bad engage Okay, if we have more than 1000 likes, we have a very nice engagement. But if my likes between 1000 or 700, we have a good engagement. If between 700 and 300, we have an okay engagement, and otherwise we have a bad engagement if my likes lower than 300. Okay, let's run and check. Yeah, we have a very nice. If I have 500, we have okay because it's in here. You can see. But if I have more than these, or these are very if, do you know, it's doesn't look like pretty, it's some messy code, I think. In here, we have a very good solution. We have a replace our if with switch statement. Switch statement, another way to handle control flow, especially in multiple conditions. Using if statements are convenient when you have one or two conditions. But the syntax can be a little verbose when you have lots of conditions. No? Check out the following example. Let's change these to switch statement. First of all, let's create example simple with switch. For using switch, I use switch keyword and parentheses. And for example, I have a var name equals Mahdi. We wanna check name and open a scope or curly braces, and we have some case in here. Case Mahdi break print you are Mahdi. We have some case, for example, John break print you are John. In switch, we passed our items, for it could be a string name, it doesn't matter. We passed our string or integer. I talk about another type, and switch check some case that we wrote in here. For example, I check name and check some case. If my case Mahdi, if name is Mahdi, it's print you are Mahdi. If case is John, print you are John. And let's comment this section. And run. Yeah, you can see you are Mahdi. And if I print, for example, Sarah in here and print it again, run it again, let's see what happened. We have nothing. But I wanna say something. If item is out of my case, we have another keyword that called default colon print, for example, and break, and let's run it again. Yeah, now when no item in this case doesn't run, default runs. Okay, default will be run. And if I use Mahdi, yeah, case Mahdi, run, and yeah, you can see. But we can add a nice printing. For example, I can use my name in here is unknown. And when I pass Sarah in here, run it again, you can see Sarah is unknown because we don't have SAR case in here. I can add switch for integer. For example, if I have a like, for example, in here we have likes. If I can check likes in here, and I can check some case. For example, if my likes is equal 1000, I can print this, but I couldn't do this logic. Do you know, if I wanna check my likes greater than, it doesn't support in this version of Dart. Or if your likes is double, switch can't handle a double type. In switch we can check equity and we can check range. For example, I can add another. For example, let's check something with int. For example, I have an int number, I have a 1, and I have a switch case. For example, if number is 1, print 1. Let's copy and paste. If 2, 3, 4, 5, and we can move forward. And this is okay, and it's work. If I run this program, we can see, yeah, we have a 1. Okay, let's create a switch statement that gets a social media name and print, for example, primary color of that. Let's check. We have this switch. Let's remove it and create it again. For example, I have a string, social media, and pass Facebook. Okay, and we have a switch, parentheses open, and I wanna check social media. If our case is Facebook, we set break, and let's print, yeah, it's blue. Okay, we have another case. For example, WhatsApp, and break and print green, or the G large. Okay, and case YouTube, break and print. When we use break, that means our case is done. And let's check YouTube red, for example. Okay, and if I run these, let's see the result. Yeah, we get blue. Or if I pass YouTube and run it again, we get red. But if I pass Instagram and run, we get nothing. Let's add default to this, default, break, and print unknown. Okay, and if run it again, if I pass Instagram, because we don't have case about that, we get unknown, and default will be run. Wouldn't it be nice to make weird stuff impossible? And if we do something that impossible run default, do you know? I think it's not good, because everything that we pass in everything we pass in switch and doesn't make this case, we get default. And how we can make weird stuff impossible? Here we can use enums that play especially with switch statement, and you can use them to define your own type. Okay, let's talk about enums. For use enums, I can create it with enum keyword and let's add a name for that, social, okay, or social media, okay. And when we use enums, we have some weird error, and for this error we need to bring our enum out of main. For example, if I call Facebook, yeah, you can see, or WhatsApp and YouTube. The reason you need to put the enum out of the main function is that enums are classes. You will learn more about classes in later, but classes define new data type, and Dart requires these class definitions to be out of the functions. And because of that, for now, we just put our enum out of the main. And what does that mean? We are creating another type that isn't int or string or boolean or dynamic, nothing. We have a new type and we can instantiate from that. For example, social media and equal social media dot Facebook. Do you see that? I'll remove this. We have a new type and we call it enum, and with enum you can define something. For example, we have a social media, we can add whatever we want. For example, we can add Instagram or whatever we want. For example, we can create another enum. For example, enum, colors, okay? And our enum colors have green, have red, have blue, and whatever we want. And when we instantiate from that, we can change social media to one of items. For example, social media dot whatever we want. Okay, and it's very nice with switch. We can do this, and we can pass our instantiate to a switch and check if social media.facebook print blue, if social media.whatsapp print green, if social media.youtube print red. Do you understand? In here, switch check my case. If social media equal to Facebook, print blue. If social media equal to WhatsApp, print green. And if social media equal to YouTube, print red. And we never get default value because in social media, we check all of my data. Do you know? For example, I can't pass Instagram, do you know? But if I add it in here and define a new case, it could be correct. And another thing about enums is you can get the index. For example, let's print it. Okay, print social media.index and run. We get 0. We see index and something like that in later, but in programming, always, in most of the time, I can say always, index are starting from 0. For example, Facebook has a 0 index, WhatsApp has 1 index, and YouTube has 2 index. For example, if I change to YouTube, you see 0, 1, 2. We get 2. Do you see? We have an index. Maybe you want to save your index in your database or storage because you can't save your enums to storage, but you can save your integer because index is type of integer and it's helpful for you. Okay, let's talk about another concept, loops. In applications like Instagram or YouTube and etc., we have a specific list of posts in these applications. And post items will repeat. just content is different. Or in real world, we do, for example, breathing. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. We have this in real world and other applications, for example. In programming, one option to create loops is while. Let's see example. For create while loop, I use while keyword and we need a condition in here. It's need to boolean. For example, let's pass true and print always. And let's see. Run. And you can see all the time always will be printing. And it's never stop. You need to force stop your application. And why this happened? Because in while everything you print in here always will run. Otherwise, you put a condition in here. For example, if I pass false, it's never run. You can see we doesn't have anything, because all the things between these curly braces will run until this value false. For example, let's check. I have an int sum and let's pass 0 while sum is smaller than 10, print something, okay? And sum plus plus. Let's run. And you can see I got, let's for example 4 and run it again because it's very lots of items. You can see I have 4 always. And why? Because each item when while is running, for example in here sum is 0, I am print always, and after that sum plus plus, you know that it's equals sum plus 1, and sum in here will be 1. After that we have another always, and sum for now is 1 plus 2. Again we have a print, and after that sum is 2 and plus will be 3, and again print always, and sum plus it's go to 4, and after that sum is lower than 4. Do you see that? And while before start things in here, check this condition. If this condition true, do this, but if it's false, go out and run other things you write in here. Okay, let's create another example. I have a boolean, I have post, and I pass true. And while I have post, print you have another posts. Okay, and if I run this, it's run forever because always I have post is true. And let's define integer count of posts, for example 5, and each time I print you have another post, let's count of post minus because I see this post, and minus is equal count of post equal count of post minus 1. It means increase 1 from count of post. And in here, when first run of these, after run these, we have 4 items, okay? And I put if in here, if count of post equal to 0, change I have post equal to false. And let's check, run it again, and you can see 1 2 3 4 5. That means Okay, in here I have post. Yeah, it's true. Then print this. And count of post is decrement to 4. Until my count of post 0, I set I have post to false. And after that, for run it again, while check this variable again. And now this is false. And go out of these curly braces. I create 2 variables to better understanding, but you know we can remove these and put my condition in here. While count of post greater than 0, print this and remove this. Let's run. You can see it's same. While my post is greater than 0, we print it and decrement by 1. Beside while, we have another concept we called do while. It's very similar to while, but the difference is condition will check at the end. We know that condition check here, but if I have do while, for example, let's bring my condition here. You can see. Let's check. Condition will check in here. Condition. I put comment to better understanding. Check here. Yeah. The difference between 2 of them is that condition in here will check before running these items, but in here condition will check end of that. Let's see the difference. I comment this, I comment out this. Okay, I set my count of post is 0 and run my application, and you can see we have nothing because this is checked in here and never run this. But if I comment this and run this, you can see what happened. You can see we have 1. And why this happened? Because it's do things, print that, count of post in here will be -1. Because in here we have a 0, and after that minus decrement that, and we have a -1. And after that, this condition is checked and it doesn't greater than 0 and it's come out. Okay, we see this result. Let's put it in 5 and another run. And you can see 5 times of you have another post. But sometimes you need to go out from your loop. For example, in post, count of post, if my count of post is equal to 3, I need to check it after minus. If this happened, I wanna go through. I wanna go out of my loops, and let's check. You can see I have 2 because if this is print 1 time, it's 4 for now, and after that it doesn't true, again print, and this time is equal to 3, and this if is correct, and break. When I use break, I am going out of the loop, and loop is break. Sometimes we need to do that because it doesn't make sense when we pass. For example, in here I want to print no. For example, I can do other things. Break. And let's run. And you can see after break we print and outside and v out of the loop. Maybe you need to do that in some case. If something happened, we need to go out of the loop. In addition to while loops, Dart has another type of loop called a for loop. The most common loop you will see, and you use it to run a block of code a set number of times. Alright, for while we check these, and let's delete that, and let's create this code with for loop. With for, I print for, open and close parentheses, and in here we have 3 sections. And what are these? First section, we need create a counter. For example, int I and equals 0 semicolon to go another section. In here, we need a condition to exit from our loop. With that, I can say until I lower than count of posts. And in last section, we need action. My action is I++. Let's explain what's happening here. But before explain, let's check our result. I remove while and run my code. And you can see I have 5 another post. When we use a for loop in Dart, we need 3 items. I say to you, one item, first item, keep track of how many times the loop has run. We create a counter variable called I. It could be anything else, and set it to a starting value. My starting value is 0. I wanna start from 0 until 5 because count of post is 5. In here we have a condition, and we specify a condition that will be checked before each loop to see if it should keep running. If the condition is true, the code inside the loop will run. You can see it's very similar to while loop condition. We need a condition to exit this loop, because if we doesn't have these, it's print for always and infinite printing. After each loop in here, after all the things are done, we can perform an action like updating the value of I to keep track of the loop. Usually we use I++ to add 1 to I after each loop, but we can also add or subtract a different number. In here I am adding, for example, I say before it's equal I plus 1. I can change it, for example, I equal I plus 2. Let's run. And in here I have 3 print. And why? Because in first step we have 0. And yeah, 0 is lower than 5 and print it. After end of actions in for, in between these curly braces, I change their value and equal to, for example, in here we have 0, 0 plus 2 is 2. In here for first round of loop we have 2 in I. Okay, 2 is lower than count of post. Okay, and we print again, and in here 2 plus 2 4, and again 4 is lower than count of post, and again we print, and in here I plus 2 6, and 6 is greater than count post, and this condition will be false, and we exit the loop. We have 2 other types of for that called for in and for each, and we talk about later when we arrive to list. Let's check. I need to add it. If I equals 3, break and run. And you can see we have a 3 time. If I change my if in after print, we have 4 items. Do you see? You can see that? Yeah. And why was that happened? Because in first step we have 0. After 0 we have 1. After that we have 2. And after that we have 3. But 3 is lower than count. And again we print and I equals 3 and we break. Okay, we have another concept that we can skip one round of our loop. With break, we exit of loop, but with continue, we skip around. For example, let's comment out these and print I, and you know that what happened. Each time we are printing the value of I, and I plus plus, it means always I increment by 1. But I want to say if I use mod operation by 2 equals 0, print okay, for example, and let's run. You can see 0 divided by 2, the mod is 0 and we have okay. And when we pass continue, print I don't run. Do you know? After we arrive continue in here, for loop in this run will stop and I counter plus plus run, and again in here we go to another round. And after that we have a 1 mod 2, it's not 0 and continue not run, and in here we have print 1 and you can see the result. Let's do some practice with our knowledge. In last practice we do something like this code and we add if for watch hour. Let's add 4 in this code. Okay, let's add some space. I want to add post count in here, and for example I have 10 posts, and after add this print I want to add a 4, or we can add a while, but I prefer use 4, and parenthesis open, I consider var I equals 0 and until we can let's change it. For example, let's consider I is 1 and I lower or smaller and equal post count, okay, and I plus plus. And before example we consider 0 but we doesn't consider equal. In here we move 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, but in past we start from 0 to 9 because we don't have any equal, and it's okay for me. Let's print post number, because for showing the account owner I don't like say post number 0. Because of that I start from I, because I want to add I in here, and let's run our application. And you can see, yeah, we have some information about my account, and after that post number 1, post number 2 until post number 10. if I change it to from 0 to and remove equal and run it again, I think it's not good for for this, because it's 0 because we don't have any index in here. I want to show the account owner and it's not good for me. I consider 1 until post count and it's 10. But maybe in our Instagram account, we don't have just post and we have some reels, for example. And let's add an enum. I consider content, for example, and we have a post, we have a reels or story, maybe. We have three type of content. Let's consider, for example, I have a var reel count, for example, 5, and var story count, it's maybe 7. I want to consider a var selected content, and selected content for now is, for example, a story. Use content dot story, and in here let's create a switch, not just post. I want to check what is my selected content. Switch, I want to check selected content and case if content is post break, and add my for in here. It's good, and let's some copy and pasting. If my content is real number, and we know that we need to check real count, okay? And if story, we check story number and story count, and let's run it again. Run, and now you can see we don't have any post because we choose story. If I choose real and run it again, you can see in here I have reels, not post, because I choose reels. Okay, let's talk about functions. I want to simulate something like Twitter, but not really. And let's try to make homepage for that. It's very simple with our knowledge and very simple concept that we know. We know in homepage of Twitter we get tweets of people, and I want to simulate it with this concept that we know. It's absolutely not Twitter in real, but I am trying to show you something. Okay, first of all, let's create some tweets. For example, var tweet 1, Twitter tweet 1. Okay, and I hold shift option and down arrow 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Tweet number 2, tweet number 3, 4, and 5. In here I want to show homepage, and in homepage I want to show tweets. Print tweet 1 and tweet 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now let's run. We know the result. What's the result? Yeah, we have 5 tweets. Okay, and okay, in here, for example, we can consider we have a refresh button, or we can swap down in application and refresh and get tweets again. For example, in here, let's check. For example, we have a boolean in here. Boolean is refresh, and it's true. And in first, going in my home page, I load all of them, and after is refresh is true. If is refresh true, we can pass a boolean. We know in if we want a boolean, and we can write equals true, but it's true and we can remove that. Is refresh, it's like you write true, okay? It's same as you do this. It's better and simplest way. Okay, if is refresh is true, I wanna print again and reload my tweets. It's very messy code, do you know? We are repeating ourselves. It's very bad. Okay, let's talk about this. We have a concept in programming that you can see in the book, The Pragmatic Programmer, that we have a subject that said dry. That's mean don't repeat yourself. And in here we are repeating because it's same. It's very bad. Do you know why? Because maybe in future I want to change whole of getting tweets from server or somewhere else. It doesn't matter, but I have twice. Do you know, if for example I want to repeat page 1 twice, it doesn't matter. After I do this, I need a copy and paste in here again, and it's maybe I forgot to do that, maybe I broke my application. Do you understand? For example, you consider getting your tweets in this way and you say, okay, it's good, and copy and paste whatever you want, and you understand, oh my god, I have a bug and I need to change. For example, I need to remove this, and oh, I need to remove everywhere I use these lines, and it's very messy. But we have a very good solutions to don't repeat ourselves, you know? Let's create a function. I move from main out, create void get my tweets, and cut this from here to here and print them from here to here, and everywhere I want I can in my home page get my tweets, and if I want to refresh my page, get my tweets again. And if I have any bugs, I just change this section of code. For example, I have a bug in here. I can, for example, I need to repeat my tweet number 1, and let's check just in here. And everywhere I use get my tweets function, everywhere is correct. Okay, and let's talk about this anatomy. In here I use void, but in here we have return type. You can imagine a function is a machine that maybe gets some input and get some output to us. Okay, for example, I have a calculation machine. I want to sum of get sum. I have some values, for example 2 plus 3, and this get sum machine get these inputs and return sum of 2 item to some variable. Okay, you can consider function is like a machine. Okay, in here we define what is a return type. When we use void, it means you doesn't have any return. You don't have any return type. You can see I'm just print something. But if I change it to a value for example a string, I have an error because it says you need to add a return. For example, if you have a string, you know that these get my tweets function needs return a string. For example, return this is return. Okay, we are returning a string. If I change it to int, you have an error because this is a string and we need an integer. Okay, in here we have a name. It's very good to choose best names. For example, it's that completely obvious what we are doing, we are getting my tweets. Choose good names. For example, it's a very bad name. What means A? Choose good names in lower camel case. And in here, we can add parameters. For example, I can pass a string username, and in here, I want to get tweets of this username. This is my input username. This is a type of my return. This machine gets this input and return a string. For example, I can change it. I can change it tweets1 for $username. I can add this 4 to all of that, and let's check. Okay, and this is a return for testing. Okay, and let's remove these and these, and I want to get tweets of, for example, Mahdi. My username is Mahdi, and I want to get my tweets from Mahdi username. Let's run and check what happened. Okay, tweets 1 for Mahdi, tweets 2 for Mahdi, and you can see, for example, if I change it to John and run it again, you can see the name is different because this machine gets input, and you know that we have a return type. I can pass a result, I can pass the return to a variable result and equal to that, and print result, and let's run again, and you can see, yeah, this is for return for testing. These machines get my tweets. We call this function in here, and we passed inputs that in here we have it. We can pass a string that we know the username, and we have a result. And the result of get my tweets is a string that in here I passed. This is a return for testing. And for now, you know, in here we have a function. In first of my tutorial, we are always coding in here, and here is main function. And we know that the main function is void because it's returned nothing and doesn't have any parameter, but we can add some parameter. You can search about that, and when you use some parameter, you can pass your parameter when you want to run your code. It doesn't matter, but this is first start of our Dart code application. It doesn't have any return types, and it return nothing, and the main is first function. Dart allows us to write functions that are inside a class or another function, and we will call these top level functions. We can also nest functions inside other functions. If a function is inside a class, we call it a method. We'll learn more about methods later when we talk about classes. Parameter in a function, it's not always one. We can add multiple arguments. For example, I can string name, string last name. Okay, let's do it camel case. And after that, first of all, I can print this, or better way, you are name space last name, and I can print these are your tweets. Okay, and run it again. We have an error because we have a 3 argument but passed 1, name Mahdi, and last name is Mir. Okay, let's run. You can see the result. You are Mahdi Mir. These are your tweets. Okay, but I don't want force to put these items, name and last name, but if I don't pass to the function, we have error because these are mandatory. But we have an option in Dart. We can change our parameter to optional by passing a square bracket. Open the square bracket and closed. In here, username is mandatory, but name and last name is optional. But we have an error. For doing this, we need to add question mark front of a string or any type of variable. And what's that mean? That means because these are defined optional and maybe the value of them is not field, it's called this name and this last name is nullable. That means it's maybe null because maybe we doesn't fill this data. We talk about nullable in Dart and null safety in Dart in later. We know that if I have these, I can remove these, and this is a still work, and it means these are mandatory to fill in parameter, but these could be null. These can be null. For example, I can pass null in here and null in here, and it's okay. But if I remove these questions, we get an error because we can't pass null because these two variable it's not nullable. Okay, change it my code, and when I use a square bracket, I have an optional. For example, and let's print what happened. I doesn't pass. You can see I don't have any error. Run, and we have you are null. You see, because I don't pass anything, and for default these are null. And if I want, I can pass Mahdi Mir, and if check it again, and you can see, yeah, these are nulling. Okay, these aren't null. But if we don't want to be null this variable, we can pass default value. For example, I pass name to Mahdi for default. Do you see? And mirror. Okay, we have a username and name and last name. These aren't nullable because they have a value and never be null. Okay, and if I doesn't pass anything in here and run it again, yeah, you can see because it's default value. For example, I check test, run it again. You can see test. But if I pass in here no test and no test, default value will be gone and replaced with this item that I passed. You can see. Okay. Sometimes you have maybe very lots of parameter in your function and you are confusing what's that means John or no test, or for example I pass real item Mahdi Mir, but it doesn't means I don't know this get my tweets, what's exactly this type or this type or this. I don't know what is this, do you know? And for that, we have another concept in Dart that we call named argument. For named argument, we need curly braces. Okay, I put in here because I want to add named argument to all of my items. Because of that, let's add some space in here. I want to remove my optional values, and in here when you use curly braces you are defining, you can for example pass a string in here, for example user, and this user is not named. Let's check, and these are null because, and let's add nullable because maybe these are null, and in here we have an error. And why was that? And you can see I put username John name Mahdi, last name. Okay, let's add some enter to see all of that. Okay, do you see that? We have a named argument, not just John, Mahdi, or Mir, because we use curly braces. And let's check. Yeah, you can see our code will run very good. But maybe I don't want to add username to named. I can move it in here and remove this. And username, it's not anymore named. And you can see username is unnamed, and string names and last name are named arguments. In here, because maybe we don't pass names, we need to add optional items. And if we want, we have add a default value. And one more thing in functions, I don't want to be name null. I want to force to input it's required to fill. And for that, we have a keyword required. Okay, remove this. It's error because it say maybe it's null, but I say don't worry, I forced to fill. Okay, and if I remove that, you can see we have an error and say you can't run, and we have a compile error and force, and we are forced to fill name and last name. Let's remove this and this. Let's create another function. For example, I want to create a welcome function. Void welcome that gets a required name that's called string name, and just print hello. Okay, let's run it and check what happened. It's very simple. Welcome, and name is Mahdi. Okay, and run it again, and you can see hello Mahdi. We don't use get my tweets again. When you have one line function in Dart, you can simplify that and remove these curly braces and add an arrow with equal and these two characters need to be closer to each other. When you have one line, it's work. Let's run it again. Yeah, you can see. But if, for example, I don't want to print, I want to return as a string, okay? And I want to, okay, hello, and return this text, and I want to var result and equals this and print results. Okay, let's check. It's worked correctly. Hello, and if I do it, if I move to one line or arrow function, I need to remove these and add my arrow. But when we have a return, we only need to remove return. It consider you are returning this value, and it's work. Let's run it again. And you can see. In other sections, you see some types of objects in Dart. For example, string, int, bool, and we create a type, a custom type with enums. In this section, we learn more flexible way to create custom types. You see in other part, we create enum And for example, content, we passed post or reel, or for example, a story. And we understand content is a custom type. We have another way and more flexible way to create custom types that's called class. For example, we have a string, and this string is a class that supports, for example, text value. We can create custom object. Let's define a custom object. I want to call post. I create with keyword class and name and curly braces. Okay, I create a custom type object that I called post, and we know that we called these classes. Okay, my post have some properties. For example, I have a var for example title, my title new post, and var likes, for example 0 likes. It doesn't for beginning it doesn't have any likes. Let's behave with post like a string, because we create new object, new custom object, and let's use it. Okay, post, and for example post, I can call it new post and equal post. In here I am create instance from post. For creating instance, we can add new and the class name and parentheses. This is constructor we talk about later. In here I am creating new instance from post and saved in memory, and we have a variable. I can remove post and use var or final and so on. Okay, we can remove new. It doesn't need to add it. And when you use these, you can see when I hover on post, it's in parentheses, it's new object. It's create new instance and save it in memory. I can change my properties. For example, new post dot title, I can change the title, or I can change my likes. New post dot likes, for example, I can change it like that, plus. We have a new like, or I can add it 1. It doesn't matter, it's int. In a class, beside of properties, we can have some method. You understand what's function, and functions that inside a class we called method. For example, void increment likes. It's a function that return type is void. It's nothing return, and I can likes plus. That means every like I have plus 1. Let's use this. For example, I put 1 in here and call new post dot increment dot likes. Let's print new post dot likes and see what happened. Yeah, you can see in here I have 2 because I put 1 first, and after that I'm incrementing likes. For example, oh yeah, we have another likes, increment likes. Save it and run. Now you can see I have 3 likes. Or maybe we can add some functionality in here. Increment likes and print new likes, your likes is, I can put likes in here and remove these, and let's run it again. Yeah, you can see I have in here I have two increments. First of 1, 2, because before this increment I have 1, and after that increment and plus 1, and we have 3. I want to mention something that we have in Dart, and when you create object from another object, it has a reference. And what's that means? Let's take a look. I remove these two items. For example, I create a class post. I pass some data to these properties. I want to create post2, and this post2 is equal to new post. That means in here we don't create another instance. That means in here we don't have new object in memory. Otherwise, post2 is reference to new post. And let's see what happened. For example, let's print new post dot title and copy this line and paste in here and change post2 title equals post2 title, and let's see what happened. You can see in here I am printing new post.title that we know is change title, you can see, but in line 7 I am changing the title of post2, but when I'm printing new post title I have same title as we have here. And it means when you are creating an object with another object, it doesn't create new instance in your memory. It's a reference. And when you use post2, it's a reference to new post. If you want to create a new copy from that, you can create a method that we work with that in later, and copy every items in post and create a new post. Okay, let's talk another concept in OOP that's called encapsulations. That means hiding internals. And what's this exactly? Okay, let's remove these lines. You know what? I think that in here we have some issue. And what's that? In here I can change a title accidentally, and I can, for example, change likes whatever I want. You can see, for example, I can change it whatever I want, and it's not good. Do you know likes increment 1 by 1, not change actually, for example, 1 to 1000, or maybe everything else. I am talking about a concept that hiding some values that's important to us in a class to have some principle, and no one can change it from out of this class, change the value whatever he wants. Let's think about. Let's check. I remove these. I want hiding these parameter and do something that these properties are accessible in this class, not everywhere. Okay, for do this, I can add underscore in here. And when you add underscore in here, that means you are creating private fields. But if you check, you can access with underscore. It don't have any difference, because when you are declare these fields private, it means you are private this field in whole main.dart file. When you are creating a private field, it's accessible in a file, not in a class. And for do that, it's very good to create each class in a new file. Let's try it. For example, I create a new file, post.dart, and cut this and paste it here. Okay, and in here, I need to import post.dart. That means because we don't have post in here, we need to import it from somewhere. Okay, and you can see we can't access the title because title it's unknown for this file. And I have an options, for example, and likes is accessible in here. I have an option, for example, I can create a method increment like or likes and likes plus plus, and each post can change like, just can increment likes. Increment dot post, and you can see I am create increment likes private, and in main I don't have access to that. But maybe you need to create method private, but in here for using this method in this file. But I don't wanna I don't want to declare this method private. I want to create it public, and in here I have increment likes, and you can see when a new like comes in, I can new post increment likes, and one by one my likes is incremented. Okay, but how I can print my likes? Print new post dot likes. I don't have it. And let's talk about another concept. In each class we can define getter and setter, and getter and setter are methods. Let's create it with concept we know. For example, we have increments and we have void, or it's int get likes, return likes. Okay, and if I want print, I can get likes, and you can see I can run it and check the result. We have 1. Okay, but in Dart we have some keywords and we have some ways to create getter and setter. Let's define. I want to replace this method to setter method. Okay, let's create set like int value, and in here I can likes equal value. And I can create get, and it's return int get like, and in here it's one line method. I can create these and return likes. Okay, let's check, and after that explain what's happened. Let's remove these. In here, I have new post and like, and I can change the value, new post. For example, I can print new post dot like and see what happened. Run. And you can see. And what's the difference? Because it's same as we have, but let me explain you. In here, I am calling, when I am pass the data, I am calling these setter. We could do that in one line because we know about one line functions because we have a one line code. And when I am printing, I am calling these that we could add it one line, yeah, and remove these. But if we want, for example, just get the value, we can, for example, not define likes private, but I said I want to set likes one by one, not every value the user puts. And for example, I can handle something. For example, I can check if value is greater than 0, print it's not allowed. Okay, and return. Otherwise, I can pass the value. Okay, in here, when I am using return and semicolon, it means when you print this text and after that you get return and nothing, it means break this method and go out. Let's check. For example, I wanna change my like to 10. Let's run. You can see it's not allowed, and my likes is whatever it's 0 because default value is 0, and it's need to be 1 if more than 1, and if I pass 1, I can run it again. And yeah, you can see 1. And I can duplicate this whatever I want. But I think I can, it doesn't correct because I need my likes is increment. Okay, and run it again. Yeah, you can see 3. But it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to exactly say increment likes, it's better method. But when you use setter and getter, you can control your properties and your fields. And let's check. We have 2 keywords in here that's very important. I can set that for setting value we use set, and for getting we need to add a type. In here I can change the name, for example, new like. And when I use in here new post dot new like equal, for example, 10. It's a method, and we can actually check the value and some operators on that. And let's check and control my likes. For example, in here I don't want to for example, let's add a likes in my post. Let's consider I have 1000 likes for a default, and for getting I don't want to get ints. I want to create, for example, 1k. It's very beautiful, no? And for that I can change getter of my likes to a string and do some return, for example, an empty string to remove errors. And what can I do for that? Let's create it simple. It can be 1 million or greater than k, but we are just wanna put k to that. Okay, I can create var count and likes divide by 1000, and I can put, for example, count and put k after that. Okay, let's check it. Okay, for example, if I wanna if I wanna check my like and get my like, I can run it again. I can check what happened, and you can see 1k. We can add .toInt to convert it to int, and because I want to remove that point in here, yeah, you can see it's one example about control getter and setter. Okay, thank you. Let's talk about nullable and null safety in Dart. Imagine you have a YouTube account, and in first step your channel not monetized, and if your account have a value that's money, for example, it doesn't zero. Do you know? It's disabled for you. Monetization is disabled for you, and we doesn't have any value. It's absent. And in here, in programming, we have null. When you want to pass null to an object, you need more things to do. It means in here I have a integer type, but when I use question mark in here, I have a nullable integer. That means maybe the value of this integer is absent. It's null, and it's useful for us. As useful as null is for indicating the absence of value, developers do have a problem with it. The problem is that they tend to forget that it exists. And when developers forget about null, they don't handle it in their code. Those nulls are like little ticking time bombs ready to explode. For example, it doesn't matter, it means I can create dynamic, and in main I want to remove these, and I want to create var account equals account, yeah, and I want to print account dot money. When I do that, I get null in here, but you can think I wanna add multiple money because it's int or double by 2. Let's run it again and see what happened. You can see my app crashed, and let's check the error. Let's say you are calling multiply to a null, and we have error and crash. Or let's try another example. And when you are using dynamics, it's allowed to pass null. It's don't need to put this, because dynamic is actually it can be anything, and it could be nullable things. For example, let's create another dynamic, for example, name, and it's null. Okay, you know that when you have a string, for example, a string name and equals Mary, and you have length property, and when I use that, let's print it and run it. You can see it's 5 because Mehdi has 5 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And let's check account name dot length. Okay, let's print it and run, and boom, our bomb is exploded because length was called on null and we have a crash. And let's clean our code. In account, we know that money is int and name is a string, but we can't pass a null. For do that, we need to create a string nullable and nullable integer. And in here, when I want printing the length of my string, let's remove these, I can't do this. It's sound null safety, and we have a compile error and we don't have any crash because our code it doesn't compile until we improve our code and promise that we don't have null. For example, let's create a variable in here. For example, new name, and I called Mehdi. It's nullable and I can put null, or even I can put nothing to that. It's null, and I wanna new name length, and we have an error. For prevent, we have a compile error and we couldn't do anything until we improve our code. Okay, let's check if doesn't equal null. After we check this code, we can use print. Let's check if new name not null. After that, do this, and you see our error is gone. And why? Because Dart is smart. Because you are checking if not null, I can print dot length and we don't have any error. But if I remove if, Dart check and knows, oh, I can't allow you run your code because new name may be null. But if I add null checking, Dart knows, okay, if you check is a null, I can let it to run your code. Let's run, and you can see we have nothing. In here, we have another operator that we can use to get rid of this. Let's consider we have no if. I bring my code in here, and but Dart not allowed to run my code. I have this operator in here. That means I know that new name is a null. Let's run. We have an error because we use null check operators but in a null value. When you're using this in here, you are saying to Dart, I know new name is nullable string and we know that it's null because it doesn't have any value. But when we use that, we say to Dart, okay, come on, it doesn't matter. I wanna run my code. I know that it's not null. We are lying to Dart and our application will be crash. And it's one of null check operators. If we pass a data to that, for example, Mehdi, you can see this operator we will have no effect because the receivers can't be null. It means you can remove this. Dart knows, okay, you are passing data, and when after that you are printing, it's okay. You don't need to promise me. And let's do Ctrl Z to bring my if. Okay. In here, I can do these 3 lines in another way. Let's check. Okay, I don't want to print my value in here. I want to store the value in, let's create an int len. I pass len and equals this. Okay, we don't have any error because we are checking it's not null, and if I comment out this, we have error. Because of that, maybe new name is null and we have error, and we need to check. After that we can do this, but we can do it with another operator for null check to have a smaller code. We can create int len equals new name dot len. We have error, but I can add a question in here and 2 question in here and pass 0. We use 2 null check operators. Let's explain this after. And in here we have 2 questions. What that means? It means these 2 question mark means if new name is null, use 0 and pass 0 to len, and if not null, use this value. And we have very small and short code. And what's this operator? You see that I use these operators to say it doesn't matter, use this length. But when we are using question mark, we say new name. If not null, use length. If you have a class or object that have property or method, you can check nullability. For example, let's make another example. We have a string name in here. We can add, and let's get len of name account, and let's define my account. It's maybe a null account. We can create account nullable, and I want to create int account name length. It's equals account dot name dot length. Do you see that? I want to check if account not null, and if name of this account is not null, use the length. But if null, use 0. Do you understand what happened? In here, we check if the result of these are null, use this. If not null, use the length. And when we are using this, we say if account not null, use the name of account, and we know that name is maybe null, and if name is not null, use the length of that. Let's define some nullable variable in our class. I choose account class, and we have some string name and int money. Let's create a method get money, or we can create a getter for that. For example, I can do this, create created private and create int get, or I want to check that money it's not null money, and it's need to return money. And let's add a body for that, return money int get money. Yeah, but we have error, and this method say it's a nullable integer, but you wanna return a not null integer. Okay, let's check if money equal null, say return 0. I can do this, but you can see I am creating something that if checking. If I create this in here, let's check, for example, I am check null, I create if equal null return, and else. If I create else, I can have these. Yeah, we have a len, I create L. Okay, you see that I say if new name equal to null, do nothing and return and close the application and close the main method. And after that, I add int L name, new name dot length, and we have not error because Dart is smart. But in account, when I am doing these things, it's a same code, but we have error. And why we get this error? Because underline money is out of this scope, and we have it in all class, and maybe some other parts of our class change money and pass null to that, and for this Dart say to me it's maybe null. You checking if it's null, return 0, but maybe other functions change the value of underline money. Okay, and for do that, I can pass this operator to say, okay, I know that it's not have a problem, or we can add these and we can remove this. If money is not null, return money, but if money null, return 0. Let's talk about constructors. Constructors are methods that create or construct instances of a class. That is to say, constructors build new objects. Constructors have the same name as the class, and the implicit return type of the constructor method is also the same type as the class itself. When you don't specify a constructor, Dart provides a default constructor that takes no parameter and just return an instance of the class. Okay, let's remove our code in here, and you see that I have a class that I called account. Okay, and in here, for example, let's remove last code, remove my import. Yeah, I have an import account, and in here I have account and account. You see these parentheses? That means I am calling default constructors. Okay, that means this is default constructors. If I remove this, Dart create these default constructors for me, and we can remove the body because we don't have any code in this method body, and yeah, this is my constructor. You can see if I go to here, you can see my cursor. If I sit in here, we see my cursor is inside because I am referenced to this constructor and build a new object of account class. Let's remove the constructor and define to account. I have a final name, or let's create it var because we want to change the value, and we have a name, for example Mehdi, and var last name, and I called me. Okay, we have two property in account, that's name and last name, and I can access it. You can see account dot name. I can print it. Let's print the name and last name. Print account name dollar. I need to use this account dot name. Let's print full name, and space and $sign account dot last name, and let's run and check the result. Yeah, you can see full name Mahdi. I can change the value. For example, if I have nothing for default and I need to define myself, var or account dot name is equals Mahdi and account dot last name is equals Mir. Okay, and we have the same result. Yeah, but we can pass our data in constructors. That means I don't want to create an instance and pass my data after that instantiated. I want to pass to my constructor. Let's check. I can create an account and I want to say, this is my constructor, I want to say assign values when I am building a new instance of this class. And how I can do this? We have a method. We know that constructors are a method. Let's define my variables: a string name and a string last name. Okay, we have two parameters in our constructor, and I want to pass my data in constructor to this name and to this last name. I can say name equals name, but what's that means? Both of them is refer to this name, because in here we have, in this scope, we know about scopes. In this scope, name is this name, but I wanna mention this name. For do that, we have a keyword this, and when I use this in here, name is this name, because I have two name in here, two exact variable name. Both of them is name. For last name is also that last name. This last name is mention this last name, but when I use this dot last name, that means use this last name of account. And for that, I can remove here, and I know when I want to create an account, you can see vscode help me, Mahdi and Mir. And let's run our code again. Run, and yeah, you can see this. It's very, very clean, and we can define account constructors. Short, this is a long way to set value to your properties. We can do this in a very short way. I want to remove all the body, and in here I can pass this in here and this in here. That means I want to create a constructor method for me, and in first parameter field value the name, and in second field the last name. You can see it's same result, and run, and it's work. Yeah, but when I'm creating an account, you see that it doesn't seems what's that text and this text. We know that constructor is a method, and we can add, for example, named argument or optional argument. For example, I can create both of them. For example, named argument, you know that we need to wrap it in curly braces and set to me, it said this name is a string not null, and for example maybe user not filled, and we have a problem, we need to add required in here, and You can see, let's remove and create again account, and you can see we have a named argument, Mahdi and Mir. Okay, and very nice. Let's run again. And yeah, but for example, if I define these nullable and remove the value, both of them I want to be null, string nullable, and I can remove the required because these values are nullable, and if user not fill them, it doesn't have any problem. Okay, but I don't want to be nullable, and let's define it final to immutable these variables, and I need to pass required and required. Okay, but each class can have multiple constructors. For example, I can add another constructor. For example, if I want to make an instance from account, I have to pass name and last name, but I want to create default account, and when I use default account, I want to put these automatically. Let's try. For do that, I can do this account dot default account, and in here, and to do that, I can do it with this. Create column, name equal Mahdi, and comma, last name equals to Mir. And you can see this, okay? And in here, if I use account.default account, it doesn't need to add anything. And when I run my application, you can see it's worked. And we have a named constructor in here. And when I use that, I say column and field name and last name. If I don't pass these, we have an error because it says all final variables must be initialized, but last name and named aren't. Okay, I can do this in here in default constructor. Let's show you an example to check. We have an error because we have a final variable and must they are initialized. When you have a final in your class, it needs to be initialized. You can initialize in here, and you see my error is gone. But if you don't initialize them, you have to initialize in your constructor. I initialized them in my named constructor, but in here I can do it same way. Name, I can get a string name and a string last name and fill it after that. Name equals name. This name reference to in and this name refer to this. This is another way to fill your data. Last name equals last name. You can add these to better understanding these, and you can see it's another way to fill your data, but you know that you can add this in here and remove all the things. We have two constructors in here, okay? We have a concept that called forwarding or redirecting. I want to redirect this constructor to this, and how I can do that? You can remove these and redirect this constructor to this constructor. I can do this parenthesis open, and when I use this, I am calling to Dart, use this constructor. Let's pass my data, Mahdi and Mir. Okay, if I change this constructor to named constructor, you can see add required and required to remove this, we have error because these refer to this. Okay, I need to add name, and in here last name equals. You can see my error is gone. If I can, for example, account dot, for example, add another default, or I want to call it John account. It's not best practice. You don't do this in real project, but let's try these, and I can redirect these to this constructor. Otherwise, use this. I want to use this dot John account, and in here we have nothing, and you can see I redirect default to this. This is concept redirecting or forwarding. Okay, let's talk about const and final again and talk about more to see exactly what happened. We know that final variables assign in runtime and const variable assign in compile time. And we have another point, const variable must assign with constant value. Let's remove these and let it go the account in here, and I want to remove my code, and I want to talk about final and const again. Okay, I want to create a new class, like I want to call it button.dart. I have a class button. This class has a duty to handle jobs. For example, if I have a sign up button, sign in button in my application, and this class need to handle these actions in my applications. Okay, but before that, let's go to main, and in here I want to create a const name and pass Mahdi. Why I can put Mahdi in a const variable? Because this string is a const value. It's defined as a const. And for example, const number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it doesn't matter. It's the const value. And we can put const value to const variable because it's defining compile time, and it's absolutely obvious what's this, and it's not a runtime calculation. Okay, let's code our button class. My button has a title. I want to put string title to that, and it's for default I pass nothing. I create a constructor for that and pass this dot title because I want to fill my title in constructors. Okay, in my main applications you can consider, for example, I have an add button. Let's create var add button that's equals button add. I have this add button in, for example, 10 times in my application. For example, I have an add post, I have an add articles, add video, add, and I want to use, and I want to create, for example, add button for post. I have add button for video. I have a add button for profile. Okay, I have an add button, for example, for my, I don't know, for, it doesn't matter, add button 1. Let's define number to that, and let's see what happened. In here, I am create an instance, creating an add button in, for example, 10 times in an application. Okay, and when I am these are create in runtime. For example, if I create my application, I go to the post page, I am create another add button in memory. When I go to a video page, I am create another add button in video page. But I want to create these add buttons as a const, and if I can create this add button as a const, only one of them is create in compile time, and everywhere I want, compiler use one instance of them, not create many times of them. But if I add a const in here or add it in here, we have an error. Because, let's see an error, the constructor being called isn't a const constructor. Because button add isn't a const value. If I have a this, yeah, this value is const, but button add isn't const. And how I can create it const? Because I know that if I create one instance, it's have a better performance to create one button or create huge of buttons or multiple buttons. Let's check. For do that, we can add const before my constructor. But I have a problem. If I add a const, you can see my error is gone. But in button, we have a problem. And let's check what happened. Can't define a const constructor for a class with non-final variables. And because of that, we have error. Because we don't have a final. If you doesn't consider final in your variables in a class, it's maybe change their value, and if we can change the title value, we doesn't have any const, because const in compile time. But when you are changing the value, whatever you want, for example, you can change it in runtime, but you can't change const in a runtime. And I need to remove these, and in here I am creating a const constructor. You can see I can change it in here, 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 and here. And if you do this code, you are create once add button and reuse it everywhere you wanna create another button, because these are const and their value not changed. Okay, let's talk about another concept in Dart. Okay, let's go to my account. I have this. Let's create a account. We have a shortcut in Dart. You can choose command and dot, and you can create constructor for final fields. Okay, but I don't wanna pass my data like this. I want to do some calculations. For example, I have another string, full name, and I don't want to add it full name in here. I don't want to get from user. I don't want to create it by myself. I have a final full name. We have an error because constructor said you have a final field and you need to initialize. Okay. Let's initialize that. We have a full name equals $name space $last name. Okay, but we can't do that because Dart doesn't see your code in here. He said all final variable must be initialized, but full name isn't. It says you need to add it in here, or for example, you need to add it in here. For example, full name equals something like that. You can create it with this. I can change it full name in here and remove it. This is my option, and Dart handle it for me because it says, okay, you are creating your account, and after that you are bring your full name from that. It's alright, but I want to create a method, for example, void. It's not void, it's int len your full name. Okay, it's return last name or name dot length plus last name dot length. Okay, I wanna get the full name of length, and I wanna add it in here. I wanna add, for example, a space and add length of your full name. It's need to be in parentheses, but I can't do this because we are in initializer, and in initializer I can add my method. Let's change it to another and add it in here. If I add it in here, my error is gone. Okay, I can use it in here in my constructor body, but we have a before problem. To solve this problem, I have a keyword that called late. That means lazy initialization. And our error are gone. Using late means that Dart doesn't initialize the variable right away. It only initializes it when you access it the first time. This is known as lazy initialization. It means when you are creating a late final, it means, okay, I have final variable, and it means, hey Dart, it's gonna be initialized when we wanna access to that. And in here, we can say it's lazy initialization. It means late to pass my data to that, and in final, I can do that. Okay, let's create another class. For example, I wanna call it config.dart, and this class is config. This class is handle my configuration in my app. For example, I have a variable, I wanna call it a string, and this string, it's my base URL. For example, I want to pass https google.com. Okay, it's my base URL. And if I want to access it, I can go in my main, and in main I can create, for example, where config equals config and config.base URL. I have it. Okay. But I don't like that. I can access it in here, base URL, and pass it in my base URL. You can see it's short way. I create an instance, and after that I can access to fields or method in my config class. I can add a keyword in here, static. Okay, when you use static, you can access to base URL without creating instance. Do you see that? Use base URL, but it's not need to create an instance. Static members work the same as top-level variables and functions, but are wrapped in the class name. You know that you know that I can create this base URL, for example, final base URL. I can cut it and bring it in here, and when I use this, it's a global, it's a top-level variable, and in main I can use base URL without anything. Base URL. But the same URL, and you see that it's a top-level variable. But when I use a static final string base URL, it's wrapped in a class. Or I can create it final, or I'm sorry, string get URL, and this is a method, it's return, please. It's a top-level function. In my main, I can get URL without anything. But I don't like that. I want to wrap it in a class that's very clear for readers. I can add it in here, but before them I need a static, and in here I need a static. And when you use these in main, you can add config.getURL or config.baseURL. Do you see that? One more thing, when you don't use a static, you can't add a const. You have an error. Let's check. Only static fields can be declared as a const. And we know the pros of use const, and when we want a const, we can add a static. And it's very good because when you use static, it's like a top level variable, and this is const. It is defined in compile time. A list is ideal for storing many objects of the same type in an ordered way. Lists in Dart are like what other languages call arrays. Imagine in YouTube homepage, we have lots of items. Actually, we have list of videos. Lists are zero based and order is matters. Let's create a list in Dart. I want to go to main, and in here I want to delete all the things. Okay. For creating a list, I can create var, for example, posts and equals a list. For declaring a list, you need these square brackets, and we have a list of empty. It's empty list. But in here, we doesn't say what's of the type of this list. You can see when I go to that, it's list of dynamic, because we didn't pass. Okay, we have a list, but in my list, what's type of my data? And when I doesn't define my data, I can add my data. For example, I have one, I have hello, I have double, and because these items is subtype in dynamic, but I don't want that. I don't like that. I want to create my post, and my post is a string. For do that, I have some options. For example, I can replace my var and pass the list of a string. We talk about these two things, these two characters later, but it means I need a list of strings. And in here, I can't put my numbers. I need to add my strings. For example, post number 1 or post 2 or post 3 and all of them, okay? And in here, I can print it. Print posts. And let's see what happened. Yeah, you can see it's print. Okay, you have post number 1, post 2, and post 3. But we can define it another way. I use var, and before my square bracket, I put type of a string. And here I can't add my numbers or anything else. You know that I have a post class. Can I define it my list of post class? Yeah, I can do this. I use my post. And I have a custom type of post, and if I do that, it doesn't allow to add a string, because a string it doesn't post. For to do that, I can create post, and in constructor we have nothing. Let's add some constructor to that. I remove my dummy data in here, and for example, each post have final string title and final string body. For example, it's good. I used to create constructor for final fields, and here I need to define my title 1 and my body body 1. Okay, let's copy and paste. Title 2 and body 2. Do you see that? But for simplicity, let's add a string and Control Z to go to past things. Yeah, we print my list. How I can access one item in my list? For example, I want to click in one of my videos in homepage of YouTube. To do that, I can print. I want to show, for example, these items. Okay, I want to get it from posts, and we have an index, and we know that index are start from 0, index 0. Let's print. I want to comment up this and start. You see that? And when I get this, the type of this is a string, not list of string, because I am getting one of these string and I put my index. But we have a method in each list to get index of an item. For example, I wanna know what is index of this element. Let's copy and paste. Let's run and check what happened. You see, the index is 0. But if I change it to post 2 and run it again, you can see the index is 1 because post 1 is 0 and 1. I want to change post 2 content. I want to change it. How I can do this? Let's change the value. Posts of index 1. I want to change it to post number 2. Okay, and let's print again posts, and let's see and run. Yeah, in here when I don't change the index 1, I have these, and after that I change the value of index 1, I have another value. I don't want to change a value, I want to add a value. For example, I want to add my post number 4, posts dot add post 4. It's add in end of my list. Let's check. You see that? We have another value. But I don't want to add an item in end of that. We can insert posts. Okay, let's posts dot insert. When you use insert method, you need pass your index. For example, I want to pass an index 0, 1. I want to add in index 1 post number, for example, 1.5. Okay, and let's print again. Print posts. Let's check. Do you see? In index 1, I have a post number 1.5, and after that, I have a post 2. And finally, I can use remove. Okay, let's posts dot remove. We have a remove and remove at. When you use remove, it's need to pass hold of data. Okay, but we can use, let's check it, remove this. Okay, and print it again. And let's run again. And yeah, do you see that? I added in here, but in last I am removed. and I can add a remove add, and when you use remove add, you can pass your index. I insert index 1 and I am removing index 1. Let's run again. And yeah, when we have a list, we can use for. For example, I can use for or while, but my counts, what's my counts? It's const posts dot length. And the length is 1, 2, 3. But we are starting from index 0, 0, 2, 0, 1, and 2. Let's print and check. Print posts at index I. Let's run. Do you see? We are printing my values. But I said before, we have two options. We have some smaller and short way to add for my lists. For example, for do that, I have a for, and I can do another syntax where post in my posts. And what's happening here? In here, I wanna go through my posts, and each post item go to post. In here, post is a string. Let's print again and check what happened. Post. In here, we don't have index, we don't have I variable. We are go through post and one by one get it, and we can do, for example, I want to print it. Let's check. Yeah. In list, you understand orders is matter and duplicate elements is okay. But in set, order is not important and duplicate element ignored. And sets, because of that, are faster. And why? Because in list, we check one by one elements, but in set, hey sets, I want that. For example, I have a var, post, and a string. Let's create a set. Var set post equals that. And I wanna, and for now we understand for creating sets we use curly braces. Okay, let's add exact item. Okay, in here we have a list of posts, but in here we have set of posts. And when let's create let's check a method in list posts dot, let's change the name, list post dot contain, and I wanna copy and paste it in here. Okay, in here I am checking, hey Dart, please check list post contains post number element, and print set post dot contain exact. Yeah, sorry. And let's run my project. We have a two true because we have contains this string. Let's change it. All right, again we get two false because we don't have these parameter. Okay, but when I am using contains in set, it's very faster. That's mean because in sets we doesn't have any order. In list, for checking contains an element, list is check one by one and check which parameter is equal to this. But in set, we just say I want these, and if I can, for example, 1000 element, it's get same time as, for example, 2 items. But in list, we have, if I have a 2 item, okay, it doesn't take a lot of time. But if I have 1,000 of item, it's very different. And we have and for CPU, it's take a lot of time. And instead, for example, for declaring these, I can remove these, and in here I can add set of string, and in here I can create it. If I add another post 3, do you see I have one hint? 2 element in set literal shouldn't be equal. Change or remove duplicate. Let's print my sets again and check what happened. Run it and run. You can see it doesn't matter, it's ignored. And in set I have set post, we can add, we can remove, but we don't have insert. Do you see that? Because in the list order is matter, and we have, okay, we have index 1, 2, 3, 4, but in set it doesn't matter which index you want to insert your data. And same as list, we can for set item in set post, for example, print item. It's okay. We talk about list and sets, and in here I want to create another data structure that's called map. Let's check. For example, I want to create a map of my post, and each post is belong, for example, one username. Let's check to create this. Map post equals, and we know that in here we have a set of posts, but each post, but in here we have a 2 value. That means key and value. For example, in here Mahdi has post 1. John has post 2. Do you see that? In here we have a key value items. If I change it int, I can't put a string as a key. But in here we have a string, we have a map of a string and a string. And we can define it in this way, map. If I let it go, in here I have a map of dynamic and dynamic. In here I can, for example, put 2 for key and, for example, double, and double for value. But I wanna have the map of a string key and a string value. It's value, it's key value. And keys in our map is unique. For example, if I pass John again and pass, for example, post 3, let's check what's the result. Map post and run. Do you see that? It's ignored like the things we have in sets. For example, I want to get a Mahdi post. For do that, in list we have index, but in my map I need to reference to the key. I want to get post of Mahdi. Let's run. And you can see post 1 is belong Mahdi. I can, for example, remove, and I can remove a key. I need a key, pass a key. If I remove that, I remove Mahdi post and print map again. Let's run And you can see I have just John. In here, I wanna, for example, add a for to my map. Let's check. For in item in my map post, but I can't do that. Let's see the error. The type map string used in the for loop must implement iterable. Iterable is something that we talk about later, but we can add for loop in iterables. List and set are iterables. Let's check. For example, in set, you can see in here I have extends iterables, and in list, let's add it list of a string and go to list, and you can see if here I have iterables. But in maps, let's go to maps, we don't have iterables. It means you can't add a for, you can't sequence, you can check sequentially what happened in this data type, okay? But we have another option to add map post dot for each. It has a method for each. If I add these, we have a key and value. Let's print keys. Let's key and value. Let's run. Yeah, you can see key Mahdi, value post 1, key John, value post 2. In my application, I have a class of content. Okay, let's override something. It doesn't matter what's happening here, but let's override that to a string. And in content, I have a string name. I call content 1, and let's comment out these. And in main, I wanna create an instance where content equals content. Okay, and let's print content. Run. You can see it's print instance of content, but I want to see content 1. How can I do this? Let's check. I'm gonna return and run it again. You can see in here I have content 1. And what's happened? I am overriding features from further of content, and that to a string handle the result. For example, you are printing, if you are printing a variable, dot to a string are handle your result. But where is from this dot to a string? What's for that? What is this override? It doesn't matter. It's matter, we know that everything and every class, for example, a string, content, a string, integer, and everything we have in Dart is child of object. It's type, it's a child of object. And for another word, object is father of every class we have in Dart. For example, if I use extends object, and that's mean if I use extends object, if I don't have anything in here, it's equal to this. For default, everything you write, it extends an object. It's child of object, and this child is inherit from his father. For example, his father have a behavior and have a method that's called toString. You can see in here, I want to search the toString. Yeah, you can see we have the toString in here. Okay, and for that we have a toString method, because content is child of object. If you doesn't write this, it's default of extents of content. It's really like real world. We inherit some features from our parent. In programming, we have this concept. And let's remove these and check one example together. Okay, we have a content class, and I have, for example, class post. I have a class reel. I have a class story. I have these items, okay? It doesn't matter content. Let's focus on these three classes, okay? Each post have a final string title. Let's copy. In each reel, for example, have a title. Each story have a title, for example, okay? And let's add constructor, add a constructor, and add a constructor, okay? In my main, I want to create a post. It's in the title, post 1. I want some copy and paste, reel, and story. Okay, this is a reel, this is a story, and we have it's a reel and it's a story. Okay, we have three classes and we create an instance from it. I want to add a method to my post. For example, I have a void publish, that when I want to publish my post, I call this method and print publishing. Okay, and let's call post.publish. I want to publish my post and run. Yeah, it's publishing now. I want to publish my reel. Publish. Oh, I haven't. I need to, for example, let's write publishing post, and let's copy and paste publishing reel and publishing story. Okay, now I have publish method. Okay, it's very good. And add story.publish. Let's run again. And yeah, we have publishing post, we have publishing reel, and publishing story. But do you see, we are duplicating our code, but we know that we don't want to repeat ourselves. For do these, we can use inheritance in Dart. All of these three classes are content, and let's say, okay, hey post, you are a child of content, and say, okay, hey reel, you are child of content, and history, you are child of content. And we know that content have a final string title, and we have a publish in here. Let's bring, because each content have a title, and each content has a method to publish. Okay, publishing, for example, content. In here, let's remove this and implement it again. I need a constructor for my title, Okay, okay. In here, I have a content is a father class, and I want to create a child from that. That's what we called post. We have an error, and let's check. Superclass content doesn't have a zero argument constructor. It means when you wanna extend content, you need bring father constructor. Let's add create constructor for super. It's what's that means. In here, I don't use this. In here, we use super. That means, okay, when we have an instance from our post, get title and put this title to the super is return, it means content, and fill the title of content. We can change it another way. Let's write, for example, okay, we have constructor. I want to get a string title and pass super, and in here I can pass my title. Okay, in here we are getting title from in main, we are getting this title, and after that, because we are extending from content, we passed this title to constructor of this content. Okay, but it's very simple to create post super.title. Okay, and do you see that we are preventing to each of time we repeat final string title? Okay, let's change it from here and change it to super title, remove these and remove these and super, and very nice. Do you see that? But when I'm in here and run it again, let's see what happened. When I am using publish, we have a publish, and why? Because when I am called in here, when I am called post.publish, we don't have any publish in here, but because post is child of content, it's referred to this publish. But I don't wanna print publishing content. I want to create publishing post. And for do that, we can override publish like to a string we talk about in a start of project. We can override publish and change it by myself. For example, your father have a blue eyes, but you have and you have a blue eyes, but it's some light blue eyes. Do you understand? Okay, we have a publish, but I want to change it a little bit. Let's override it. Publish, we have an override, and in here I want to print publish post. Okay, let's check. Do you see? Publishing post. But because in real and story we doesn't override these, it's referred to this. We can add a super.publish, and what's that means? It means, okay, when you want to use publish and override publish, first call his father method, and after that do yourself things. Let's check. Do you see? We are first of all we are calling father method. That father method in here, publishing content, and after that we do myself. Okay, let's back to main and check something. Let's print post is content and run it again. See the result. We have true. And why? Because I have a post in here, but post is a subtype of content, and when I am using is operator, that means, okay, post is a content actually, and you can see it's true, but post isn't a string. Let's check. We get false. And for example, I can check post is object. Let's run. Yeah, because father of everything is object. Let's talk about classes that's abstract. When you create abstract classes, you can't create an instance from it. And why? Can you imagine, are you see any animals? No. When you talking about animals, it's abstract. Do you know that? For example, if you go to the zoo, you didn't say, I saw a lion, I saw an elephant, or shark, or everything. You say, I saw lots of animals. But this sentence is abstract. And in programming, when we are creating an abstract class, that means we are declaring the things that's everything that's abstract. It doesn't mean that have a behavior. And for that, we can't create instance from it because it's abstract. But we can inherit from it and creating behaviors and features and lots of things. Okay, let's try it. Let's talk about our content. Let's check in here. I can create a content itself. Okay, content one, and content publish, and let's run our application in my debug console, and you can see we are publishing content. It makes sense for this example, but when you are talking about content in this example, you can't say, okay, what's content? And for this, you can create abstract classes. And when you do this in here, you can't create instance. Let's check the error. Abstract classes can't be instantiated. Try creating an instance of concrete subtype. But we can create post. In here, when you have abstract class, you can remove your body. That means I don't have anybody for publish. I have a signature of publish. That means when everybody wants to create an instance from my content class, it has to override it. Let's remove my override, and you see we have an error. But if I add a body, that means, okay, my method isn't abstract. Okay, we have abstract classes, but we don't have abstract method. That means maybe we have some code in here, but when I remove body, every children have to override publish because their father don't have any publish, but just have a signature. For that, I create missing override, and in here I don't have any super.publish because we don't have any implementation from my publish. And in here, okay, it makes sense. Okay, we have a publish, and I have to implement it by myself. Publish post. Okay. In here we have error because we need to implement publish, print, publish, real, and here I have to implement it. Okay, and let's print story or publish story. Okay, and in here I have a content that it's create post. I can create var real and create real because it's subtype of my content. It's real one and create a story. In here I have a story. Okay, story one. I can replace var as a content because post is a content, and for that I can declare my variable a content. In here I can create all of my subtype as a content. Let's talk about another concept in Dart, interfaces. In other language we have interface keyword, but in Dart we don't have this concept and we don't have this keyword, but we can implement abstract class as an interface. For example, let's create abstract class shareable. That means shareable. That means I have a concept that help us to share our content. But shareable, it's not actually only for content. For example, maybe I have, profile.dart class profile, and profile it could be shareable, and for that I am declare shareable separate as a content. Let's try this. Okay, I wanna have a void share, and this means, okay, we have a shareable that have a function, and you can, and when you implement this shareable, you can share your content. And another things in Dart, we don't have multiple inheritance. You couldn't extend a content and shareable because Dart doesn't support. But I want to extend content. Okay, I have a post that extends content, but I want to implement shareable. Let's implement shareable. We have a class, but we can extend a class or implement a class. That means when you are implementing a class, you have to create overrides, and okay, I can print post is sharing. Okay, you can implement lots of interface. For example, if I have another class or abstract class, for example, printable, it doesn't important. Void print. It doesn't. Let's print. Just print. Print something, and I can implement printable. Do you see? But I have to override. Do you see? I have to, for example, printable. For example, it doesn't matter. I can have lots of implementation. And why? Let's remove this printable. I'm create shareable not in content because I want to use this shareable in my profile. I can implement shareable, okay, and profile have to implement. Let's implement that and print in here share profile, okay, because each profile could be share and each content could be share. Let's remove our main item, and I can create two shareable things. Shareable, for example, profile equals profile. Because profile is shareable, I can pass a profile to a shareable. Let's create another shareable. For example, post is equal to post 1. You can see. Let's print and check. Profile is shareable. Run. Yeah, profile is shareable. And it doesn't matter. I can say profile.share and post.share. Okay. Let's check my debug console. Run it again. Share profile. Post is sharing. Why this concept is useful? For example, you can create a var list, and it's list of shareable items. For example, I can create a list. I don't care is that shareable is post, content, profile. I don't care. The only things I know I have a list of shareable things. These shareable things could be a profile, could be a post, and it doesn't matter for me. And everything I know, I wanna go for each on this list shareable item in my list, and I want to share this item. Do you know? I am creating some abstract things, and it doesn't matter for me. Okay, it doesn't matter what's this in list. I know each item in my list have shareable interface and has and can share something. Okay, let's run it again. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about one more things in classes. We have a concept in Dart that called Mixins. And what's that exactly? With Mixins, we can attach some part of code to a class for prevent duplicate code. In another concept, instead of multi-inheritance, Mixins can be useful. And what's the difference between Mixins and interface? In interface, we have abstract of something, but in Mixins, we have a code, not abstract code. Let's check. Let's create Mixins. For declare Mixins, we use Mixin keyword, and let's create a feature. For example, we have a Mixins that it's for like a content or profile or everything that can handle like. Let's check. I create a Mixins and I create a name for that like, and in here I can everything I want. For example, but in Mixins we don't have constructor, but we can, for example, I have final int. For example, I have int count, I have a count of likes, for example 0. I have, for example, void increment. It could be abstract, but I wanna add count plus plus, and void decrement, it's count minus minus. And I have this piece of code, and I can attach this code, this part of code, to each class I want. For example, I know that post could be have like. But we have to add with before implement. I create content with like that implement shareable. Okay, in here we don't have any error because it's not an abstract. I say, okay, post with like, and in here in main, when I have, let's create post, let's create var to have a post, and in here post have a count of like or increment. Do you see that? I have access to like code, but we can add this code to content, and because post is a child of content, has this data, but likes it's not depend only to content, because my profile is actually with like. That means my profile could be have likes and increment and decrement likes. For example, in here my profile could be increments is likes. Let's check a built-in library in Dart. We know that we can calculate mathematical things in Dart, but if I have a complex formula, I don't want to write all of that by myself, and I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Let's check. For example, I have two number, for example 100, 1000 and for example 100, and I want to know which one of these number is maximum number. Let's check. For example, I have a variable like number 1 and equals 1000, where number 2 equals 100. Okay, in here if I want to check which one is greater than which one, I can check if number 1 greater than number 2, print number 1 is greater, or I can, for example, print just number 1. Else if number 1, number 2, and print number 2, and else print equal. Okay, let's run, and you can see I get the greater, I get maximum value. But this is a very simple code, and we have a one built-in package. We can import it, import math, Dart column math as math, and I can remove these and print math dot max number 1 and number 2. Okay, let's run again, and you can see I get the maximum value. In here I use the built-in libraries and packages in every programming language exist, and you can use the codes of written by another person, and you can use it in your project. For example, in math, I have lots of method. For example, I can get tangent or lot of formula in mathematicals and calculate something. For example, SQRT, you can see if I hover on it, you can see the results and samples. It's a built-in package and libraries in Dart, and you can use for calculations. For example, I have a p number. You can see math.p. It's a double value. You can see the value is exactly p value. You don't need to create this const every time in your project. You have it in math package. And libraries help you to don't reinvent the wheel. And math package is just one example. We can use lots of packages and libraries. For example, consider you are developing a social media app and you want to get user picture and need to crop, for example, circle shape and add some filters and etc. If you want to write all code you need, it takes a lot of time. And maybe when you create it, it has a lots of bugs. Let's check how we can do this. For Dart and Flutter, we have a site that called pub.dev. Let's cut this and go to the root. In pub.dev, the official package repository for Dart and Flutter apps. You can add your package and libraries. For example, you can write a package. You can see, for example, help me. It's one of my. It's a package that I wrote. You can see in here. This package help you to add tutorial to your applications. You can see a screen. I added screenshots for that, and just you need to add this code to your project and use this library. And how you can use it. Each person and each company that add his package, you can see this documentation. For example, in my package, you can only use help me.show help, use your color, and use your help me items. For example, if you have 4 items, you need to add 4 items to tutorial and add a text. And I don't want to talk about this. It's about Flutter. But for my solution, I tell you, you can use image cropper. You can see likes and pop points and popularity. And if you see this package, for example, this package have a lots of like and popularity. That means it's a good package. It has very little bugs and it's improved and it's very good to use. You can see, you can read the documentation and, for example, use it in your application, crop image, add, for example, some filters and lots of things. And you read the documentation and add it to your project. And if you want to use it, just use a couple things of code, but you don't need involved deep things, or for example, what's image, get image, crop it, and lots of things. You just need some add code, and when you use other package in your applications, you are downloads package code. Let's check. If I go to repository, for example, this package is open source, and we can see the source of code. You can see, for example, image cropper. You can see files, libs. It's a Dart project and Flutter project, and in here you can see cropper.dart, for example. It have lots of code in here. Or if I go to libs image cropper.dart, you can see their code, but it's not actual code. It's in here we have lots of code. For example, in Android, it has a specific code. If I go to the main and in image cropper, Yeah, you can see, for example, I have a file util, I have an image cropper, delegate. These are lots of code, but it's not need to add all of them in your code. You just add this line in your project and call this repository and download it in your code and just use it with, for example, in this package, you use this code. You call image cropper, get me a crop image with these arguments. And if you wrote another image cropper, absolutely you have a lots of bug and it's take a lot of time and it's not recommended to reinvent the wheel. I will talk about how we can download packages in our project, but in this section I just want to talk about what is exactly libraries and packages. Okay, let's talk about another topic, APIs. Let's check two applications type. We have, for example, one applications like to-do list, it's example in here, and we have something, for example, social media like YouTube or everything else. In applications like to-do list, we know that, okay, in a start of running app, we don't have any data. And when user input their to-do items, we add them in a storage in their device. But if we want to create apps like YouTube, we can't use this strategy and we need to communicate with somewhere else because we need to share users' contents and everything not just happen in our device and in our environment. In this situation, we have a new concept called API or Application Programming Interface. With this concept, applications can communicate together. Okay, check out this website. We know a GitHub, it's repository of public and private project. In here, we have a public APIs repository, and each project and each repository most of the time have a readme.md that in here we have some documentation. For example, in here we have a public APIs. That means we can use it. Sometimes APIs are private and, for example, a company create APIs for applications of that company to communicate and we can't use it. But public APIs, we can access it and we can use it. For example, in here we have lots of subjects that have APIs for that. For example, food and drink. I click food and drinks. In here we get table of content. Let's check, for example, a coffee and description, random pictures of coffee. In here we don't need authentications. That means we don't need login and get API key and lots of things. It's very simple. We can use it and support HTTPS and just we call a route and get something. Let's check. I click on coffee API, start your day with a lovely coffee. Okay, random coffee. In here I get a random coffee. If I refresh this, I get another coffee. If I refresh, another coffee. And let's check exactly what happened when I call these routes. Let's random coffee JSON. This is a very, very simple API. And in here I have extensions that show me a beautiful result. Let's show it. Let's remove this. Yeah, exact result is that. If you call this is if you see that in here we don't any authentication, we can just call API and get the result. In here I call these route, these HTTP request, and I get JSON format of data. And what's this JSON? JSON is a format of data. You can send or receive data with this format. It's very like to maps we learn about the maps in Dart. It's very like that. We have a key and value. For example, for using this API, I can in my application I can call this route and get these JSON object. JSON format is a popular and most of programming languages know that and can decode and use their data. For example, in Dart, if I get this JSON, I can convert it to a map. For example, a map of strings because my key is a string and my value is a string, and the value is a route of image. If I copy these and paste it in here, you can see I have an image. If I refresh again, I get another. This is an extension to read your JSON and beautify this JSON. Add it to your browser, and when you use it and call JSON format, this extension can find out what's happened and show you beautiful format. Okay, let's check another example that need API key. Let's check these. In here, we have a doc. You need to read documentation of each API. Let's read a doc. Yeah, you can see. It's in first section, you can see an API key is required for access to this API. For getting my API key, we need to subscribe to this website, to this website, and get an API key and authorize our calling. And you can see in here, we need an API key. For getting API key, I use that, and absolutely we need to log in. And in here, if I, for example, use the free APIs, you can see if I wanna use free APIs, I have a limited access, and for example, I can request 30 per minute, 30 requests per minute. And for example, if this API is have a pricing and authorization, if I refresh 30 times in minute, my access is banned, and after 1 minute I can do it again. In two section last, we understand what is libraries and packages, and after that we understand what's APIs and how we can use it. And now I wanna use APIs in my project. I wanna communicate with another application, for example, a server application. I wanna communicate with that and get APIs from that and use it. I wanna use this coffee API, and each of the time I wanna call and show this to user, and user can download it. If I wanna use this API, I need to have an option to call this HTTP request. I wanna request to this route. How I can do this in my Dart project? For do this in my project, for HTTP request to an API, for example, I wanna request an HTTP. I wanna, for example, request to Google or every route I want. For example, I wanna request this coffee API. What can I do? I need a package. Let's check. In pub.dev, we have a package. We have lots of package for HTTP requests, but one of popular of them is HTTP. I can call it. You can see it's have a very lots of it's probably 6,000 likes, and you can see it's a very good package. That means we don't need to add lots of codes for requesting an HTTP. We can just read the documentation and URI HTTPS. I want to call, for example, this route and get the values. But how I can add it in my project? We can see in here, we need to add this dependency in our project. To do that, we need add another file to our project and called pubspec.yaml. pubspec.yaml. In here, let's remove this. When you have this file in root of your project folder, this file and content you write in here describe your project and your package you are writing. Your project is described in here, and you add, for example, you add names for your project, you add description for your project, you add dependencies, and another package you want to use to your project, you need to add it in here. And let's create the style of this package. And .yaml file, it's a markup language that you can define something with spaces. For example, if I have a dependencies, it doesn't matter. I have dependencies column, and in here I need a tab, or for example a space, to define sub item of these. These are dependencies. But if I remove the space, it doesn't understand what happened. Let's check. If we go to the documentation of Dart, you can read about a pubspec file, and in here we have an example. Let's add it and change their value. Copy here, paste. In here we have a name, my name, for example, social media. It doesn't matter, social media. The description, it's a sample. It's a simple social media. We have a version for our application, for example 1.0.0. The homepage, it's about homepage of your app in a website. For example, you have a website, or you have a documentation, but we don't want that. And in here we specify that our project need which version of Dart. For example, our project needs 2.18. Our project needs Dart version 2.18 equal or more than lower than 3. It means if anybody else want to use our project, need to define and download a version of Dart between 2 versions. And in here we have a dependencies and dev dependencies. And we know that space are matter. If I add a sticker in here, it doesn't make sense. I need a space. And in dependencies section, I will add, for example, HTTP package. Let's bring it. HTTP package. I download it. You can see in dependencies, I need to add HTTP and add it in here. And dev dependencies, we talk about later. We use dependencies and other package just in our environment, not in a real project. Okay, it doesn't matter for now. In here we add HTTP package because we want a capability to request HTTP in our application. In here, if you have a Dart extension in your vscode, you can get package, or in terminal you can write this pub get. Dart pub get. Okay, I need to save these, and again I cancel it, and again Dart pub get. You can see resolving dependency and dependencies got. And in here in my application, I can have access to HTTP. Let's import it, HTTP, and http.dart as HTTP. Okay, and in here I can use HTTP package. For example, I can http.get, that means when you use get, you are sending HTTP GET request. You can send POST request or PUT request or DELETE request. But we know that for coffee, we have a GET request. When you call request in your browser, you are calling a GET request. Let's check. .get, and in here, I need a URI. URI is a class. We know class, okay? And URI have a static method to parse an string. We pass our string in here. In here, HTTP, let's bring it in another line, HTTP, I want to HTTP.get, I want to get request to, we need to parse a string to convert it to URI. It's a class, it doesn't matter exactly what happened with URI, but we need a string and parse it to URI. In here, you can see I put my request, my HTTP route to get data. And we can save it in a variable, for example, response. And okay, let's print it and see what happened. Print response. But response, and let's print it and run our project and see what happened. You can see, when I'm printing, I just get instance of future of response. But I don't want an instance future. What's the future? What's the response? I just want to get these. I just want to get this JSON and show the path of my image. But I get instance of future. Let's talk about future. In Dart, we have another type that called future. You can consider future is a box of some data that will open sometimes in future. We have this code and I wanna debug my applications. You can see in vscode I have two options, run and debug. When I choose debug, you can see the colors change, and in here we have a same response. But when you use debug, you can add some breakpoint to your project. Okay, for example, I use this breakpoint and use run and nothing happened. But if I use debug, my project show me a step-by-step compiler what's doing. In here, when I use this breakpoint, you can see this line is yellow, and that means compiler in this step and stopped my project. You can see I can resume and continue, or we have some other, for example, functionalities. For example, if I use this, I go through print function and check what happened in print. But let's check. In here, I can hover in my variables, for example, response, and you can see in here show me what's happened in response, and exactly in response what's in response. For example, in response we have a runtime type, it's future, and we don't have anything. But let's run resume. It doesn't happen. But when you have a future, let's check response dot then we have this, and use this and print value. Okay, and add a breakpoint in here, and let's debug again. Okay, you can see my project run, but we first go to this line. This line is not run now because the data of HTTP GET, because we are requesting a HTTP request, and it's take a time. For example, 1 or 2 seconds is take a time to get our response. And that means it's a future. It's a data that we can have it in future. You can see in breakpoint, I don't get this first. I get this. I get these. And let's continue. It's taken time, and after that box of future is open, we can get the response. Let's hover on value, and in here you can see something in value. For example, if I in here I have access to my variables, you can see the body. I think I can get body. Yeah, in here I have a body, but it's not complete. Yeah, if I hover on that, you can see the response. If let's copy the value and print it in here. You can see the value of body is that exactly things that we want. It's a string, and in a string we have a JSON that's very like to maps in Dart. We have a file and HTTP. In here we have a future type. It's not exactly when for example I use a var a string data and pass, for example, file equals something. Okay, if I use this and again I debug my code, let's stop 2 of my debugging, run it again. You can see in here I have a string data, and the data is in here because it's not a future, it's a string, and we have this value exact in this time, but we don't have data of my get requests. It's take a time, and after that let's add a breakpoint again, debug, we continue our application is continue, and after some times and we request the data and get the data, in here we have the data of my future. The future box is open now, and we have the value. We have access to the data in the future variable. But before we go forward to future, let's check what's happened exactly in here. In Dart, you know that we have functions. For example, void, it's a return type, name of function. We can add parameter in here, and in here we have a body and add some code. In Dart, we can use functions as a parameter. And what's that means? That means I can get functions. We know that we can define a string name and we pass the name as a parameter, but in here we can add a function type, function parameter. And if I want to use that, I can use my function, and in here I need to add a function. It's a function. Okay, for example, let's define a function. Var function equals, you know that this syntax, you have a we know that we have a return type like void or and name, but when you want to pass as a parameter, you just need 2 parts. Copy, for example, we don't have any parameter, and here if I hover on my variable, you can see I have a functions that return null. But if I return, for example, some string, it's a string result of function. And here I have functions that return a string. We doesn't need add a string in here because we are passing my result to function. And in here, if I want to print a function, let's print it. Print function. It's a function, okay? Let's run and check what happened. I want to remove my and debug again. You can see in function, let's see the terminal and run it again. We have a closure that returns a string. Why I don't have the value? Because I am printing a function, not calling the function and return value. If I use this and use parentheses, that means, let's run it again. You can see I have its string result of function. If I pass function like that, That means, okay, I have a variable that type is function, and you can use it everywhere you want, but it not contain the result. But if you add parentheses or add dot call, that means, okay, you have a function, please call it. You can remove the call and it's the same result. Please call it. If I use call, let's run again. And you can see, I have the result. I have a function, okay, I know that everything may be happening in this body, it doesn't matter for me. Please call it and print the return of these function. If in here for example, I don't want to print anything, I just want to add a string variable, or var data and call data, okay? And if I call it here, if I call it, you can see it's null, because if I hover on function, you can see the result is null. But I can print in here some print or print in function body, okay? And I don't want to print it, I just want to call function. It doesn't, we have an error because function what? You want to, what to do with function? I want to call it. Okay, let's run again. And you can see, print in function body. Or I can call it like this. In here, we understand, for example, I can pass a string data, and in here we have an error. If I want to call it, we have an error because we need to pass a data. For example, print in function body and that data. Mahdi, and run it again. And you can see, print in function body and Mahdi, because I pass a Mahdi as a parameter. I can add, for example, another function to function. Okay, we can pass function as a parameter. Let's check in future. In future, in here, when I use then method, you can see if you hover on that, you can see in then we have a future function. It doesn't matter. In here we have a functions. We need to pass a function. For example, let's check. I want to add a function. For example, then do print. It's a function, okay? We have a void result, for example. And we have a dynamic value. I can pass do print as a parameter. What's that means? It means, okay, if I remove this, we have an error. And why? Because then let's go to that. You can see when I am using then method, then needs a functions that have a value. It doesn't matter values, what's the value. Then expect to I pass a value that's type of function, and it's need to take a variable as a result of future. And when I pass these to my then, it means, okay, use this function as a parameter, and it's a callback. Do you know? If I use then, I am consider, okay, I have a callback when the response is ready, when future box is open, run this function. And let's print the value, and I use breakpoint in here. Okay, let's debug. We have at least, we know that, because then it's a callback in future. Let's show the debug console. You can see I have a response, but my response is a future instance of future. And after I run, you can see my do print is run. I have a dynamic value, and dynamic value could be anything, but in here, dynamic value is a response. Is a response type that we check response type in another part, and you can see I pass do print function in here. but I can't run do print. Do you see? I can call it in here because we can't run. We can call it function in here because it's a parameter. If you wanna pass your function as a parameter, you should not call your function. You just pass your function. Okay, you have this function and you can pass your data as a callback. Let's talk about more about future. In last chapter, we understand we can pass functions as a parameter. But let's talk about more about features. We have a future concept in other languages, and for example in JavaScript I think we have a promise. And when you have these types of object, we have a 3-step. One step, we get a box of future. In here, when I call this GET request, I get this response, and this response, we know that it's future of something. In this here, we have a future of response. It's a response of our GET request. After that, when we get our box, we have two ways. When we want to open the box and get the value, we have an error, or maybe we don't have error. If we don't have error, we use then. That means, okay, then the future is open and we have a value, do this. But if you see the return type of then, you understand it's return a future. That means we can use on error because then it's a future itself. Okay? And in here, when we have a box of future, if we open and we have a value, this will be run. But if we have error, this will be run. Let's pass it in here. You can see it's another function. And print error. Okay, it's enough for us. And let's, for example, I wanna change to this and see what's happened. I remove the HTTP and call my project, run again, and let's see what happened. Okay, we have an error. Let's, for example, change one thing again, run it again, and you can see we have error because this HTTP GET returns a future. It's okay and we don't have any problem. But when we want to check the result, maybe two things happen. One of them is the result, actual result, but maybe we have error. Let's, for example, I want to remove this and bring it here and print value and use the breakpoints. Okay, run it again, or we need a debug. In here, okay, we know that future is value about future run. We have a through. It's about we talk about exceptions in Dart. In here, HTTP package we use through and exceptions. And after that, if we see, you can see the on error, it's callback of my future, and we have error. You have a parameter error and it is object. You can, for example, get this error and print this message. In this message is say this is not host valid because we don't have any FFEE. Okay, if I change it again and let's stop and run again, debug, you can see that okay, it's yeah, and after that we have a successful, we get a true value, and in here we know that okay, it's a status code is 200 and we get actual data. I wanna try this request in another function. Okay, I have another function. I want to, for example, I have a void get coffee, and in here I want to make a request. We know that I can cut it from here and yeah, cut, and paste it in here. We have a response that we know that it's future, and I have this in here. Okay, let's remove these. In here, we have a method that we have a function. When we call it, we have a get request, we have a response. If response is okay, we print the value, and otherwise we print error. But I can use it. It's the same code we have, but I want to this method only make a request and get me a response, not print it. What can I do for that? I can, for example, create a function that I want to call callback, and in here I can remove the then and pass callback. We know that, but this function, we have error because it have a value. I want to put it, for example, dynamic. It's a dynamic value return, and in here when we have a callback in here because I passed a function, and after that the value is correct, I have a callback. We can add another function for error handling and callback for error, for example, error callback. And in here we have a callback. But I want to talk about another things. I don't want a callback function. I want to return as a string, for example. I want to return a string value. How I can do this? I want to remove callbacks. My callbacks is in here. Let's remove it and check how I can handle this. I can return response.toString, but we know that the response in here is a future, but I need exact response. I need this, not future. Otherwise, if I don't want to handle it with then or on error and a callback, I have a keyword that awaits. I want to say, hey, please. I want to say to compiler, hey, please wait. The job of this line done. After that, do something. And if you want to wait and work with await, you need to create async function. That means when you want to wait and say to compiler, please wait until one thing's done. For example, in here, we have a future and we know the data it may return sometimes in future. We can add await, and in here, my response isn't future, it's response. That means in this line, we say to compiler, okay, we know that http.get, the return type is future, but wait to unwrap this future, unbox this future, and put the value in a response. And when you have async, you can't return a normal value. You need return a future of some value, a string, int, or maybe void. If you have async, you need async because you wanna wait in some lines. And in here, my response is response, not future. Let's check. And I wanna print get coffee and see what happened. You can see. But in here, I have an instance future of a string, not a string. How I can handle this? We know that we have a future, we need to unwrap it. Let's await. And when we wanna await, we have to add async because it's async function. Let's run again. And you can see in here we have instance of response. We know that if we have a response, that means we unwrap the future. Let's remove CO and because I want to get error and see what happened. Run it again. And in this debug console, you can see we have unhandled exception. That means our application is crashed, because when we used .then and on error, we are handled the error. If we have a value, we print it, but if we don't have value, we use callback. But in here, we have error and we don't handle the error. And how we can handle it? Okay, before that, let's talk about errors in your programming, in your project. For example, consider you have a form that user need to fill it, and you have, for example, an email input, and you want to check if user's email it's not email format. You want to print an error, and you know that you can, for example, check it with if. But we have some types of error that we call in programming exceptions. Exceptions, that means maybe we have a value that we can't figure it out. For example, let's print 10 divided by 0. You can see I divide 10 by 0, and in here I have unhandled exceptions. That means, and what that means? That means you have exceptions, you have error that you don't handle it. These exceptions called integer division by 0 exceptions. And you need to handle exceptions to prevent your app not crashed. You don't want for example, you have an Android app, you have an iOS app, and suddenly your app is missed. That means your app is crashed and we don't have it again. And you need to handle these exceptions. For not get crashed in your application, you need handle exceptions. Let's check. I want to try to do this. For example, I have a print divide by 0, and I know that, okay, we have a maybe this item get from user. If user put 1, we don't have a problem and the code run. But if user put 0, we have a problem, and we need to catch the exception. Catch, that's exception, it's short word for exceptions, and in here we can handle the exceptions. For example, I can check if e is, let's copy and paste. We can use, for example, unsupported error. It means okay. We can it's deprecated if you use integer divide by 0, but it's okay. I can check if e is unsupported error. That means if we have exceptions and catch it, and this exception subtype of unsupported error, print your number is not correct. Okay, and let's run again. You can see when you handle your exceptions and catch the exceptions, you don't have any crash. You can handle it. For example, in here, I print a message to user, and user understand, okay, I put a wrong number and I need to change it. And if I, for example, pass 1, we have a 10, and it's okay. We have a finally keyword. That means after try and catch something, finally print, for example, something. Done. Let's run. And you can see 10 done. After that, if I put 0, run, your number is not correct, and done. Finally, when you use finally, it's always run. If try happened or catch happened, finally is always run. Okay, we understand what is try catch. But in here, I have exceptions. And let's run my application and see what happened. What's my exceptions? You see that I have exceptions and I have a crash. Let's catch this error. And for do that, I can try catch exceptions and try to return these, but we have an error because if catch happened, we need to return a future. And here I can catch and I need a string. For example, return a string. I want to call you have error in request. Run again. And you can see we don't have any crash and we handle and catch our exception. And if you have future of a string, you can pass an string. Future is extra options to return your string as a future, as a box of future, but you can pass a simple string. And we have, for example, return this. And we have a simple string and we don't have any error now. And I can print just E and see what's happened. And you can see we have an exceptions. For example, you can show these to user and print your message. Okay, we understand what is future and we learn about exceptions and handle these exceptions. Let's create our social media project. For create this, I have an API that I have a documentation. It's not a very good documentation, but we have some options. In our project, we can log in. You can see if you log in, you need to pass username and password. We have a sign up and you can sign up to this social media and you can post a message. For example, this message you can consider it's, for example, a YouTube video or a tweet. We can send a message and post it in this social media. I write this API and you can check it in link of description. It's a Dart server. And we can get list of posts. For example, this post is written with test. It's username of test user. This is me and this is Mahdi user. It's post these text. And I wanna use this API in my project. I don't wanna call coffee, random coffee. I wanna call my social media APIs. Okay, and how I can do this? For starting our project, let's get list of posts that we have in this social media. And how we can do this? Let's do. In here, I want to create another file. This is my config.dart. I am using a class that passed config. In this config, I want to pass my const variable. For example, const a string base URL. This base URL static. We know that when we want to create const in a class, we need to specify this is a static member. And HTTP column, this is my local host or it's my local host. Every local host in your project, if you have a server, if you built this project for yourself in your machine, in your laptop, you need to call localhost. Localhost, that means your local machines. I want to request to my local machines as a server in port 8080. Okay? This is my base URL, and we have this base URL. Okay, let's go. In main, I wanna create another. I wanna change another
I want to create another folder. I want to call lib it's and copy these in libs. Okay, move, and yeah, this is a clean code because in root we use pubspec.yaml, and in here we add our package and some specification. But in lib we wanna put our code. I wanna add another file. I wanna call it requests.dart. We have a class requests, and in here we want to bring our request. I want to create a static because I don't want to create an instance from request class. I want to access to this method without an instance of request. And for creating request, I want to get posts. Okay, we have a request that bring for us posts. We don't have any value. If we want to get post, you can see in here we just need to get request. That means we request a route, and we don't have any parameter to pass that, and we get list all of posts. Okay, we have a get posts, and what can I do? I need HTTP. In here import http.dart as a HTTP. I wanna http.get. I have base URL. I can get from config.base URL. Yeah, we can see the base URL is in here, and after that post. Let's remove this for middle, and I want to use string in here. I pass this and posts. But we know that we need a URI.parse. URI.parse and pass this string. Okay, we get posts, and we need to store them in a variable var request or response. I want to await to get a result, and we know that when we want to await to get a result, we need to have async function. And when I get the response, you can see the response is response type, not future type, and I can access some value in response. For example, response.body. This body is actually means these items, and I need these items. These items is JSON format. I need to decode this JSON. And how I can decode these items? As you know, we have a math built-in libraries, and we have another built-in libraries in Dart that can work with JSON. Let's check. I have a JSON decode that you see import dot column convert. JSON decode, if you see that, we pass a string source that's request body in here and return a dynamic, and this dynamic is depend what's the return type of your request. For example, this request is return an array. It's convert to array of maps of a string dynamic. We have an array. In each item of our array or list, we have an object that when we convert it to Dart, each object convert to a map, and each map has a key value ID 1. Message this. Okay, let's check. We have a response dot body, and we have a var JSON. Now this JSON is type of dynamic, and we know that it's a list of, for example, map of a string of dynamic, because we have int and a string together, and that means a string is always key, always a string, but value may be number, maybe a string, or anything else. And for that I use dynamic. But this gets post need to return list of post, not list of map. And what is post? let's create a folder. I want to call it model, and in model I want to create a new folder, post.dart class post. Each post has a string owner, and I want to create it final, and final string okay, message, and create a constructor for that. It's enough for me. I need a for loop for object in my JSON. We know that it's JSON list because we have an array in here. You can see this, okay? For each of that, we have a map in object. We know that if we check object, okay? And before that, I want to create a list of posts, and we have nothing in here. It's empty list. But for each object, I need to convert this map to a post object. And to do that, let's create var or final post equal a post, and I need a pass owner and message. In object, we can access a key of owner. What's the key? Owner. And in here, object. And what's the message? Yeah, it's message. Copy and paste. And when I create this post, I want to add it to my post.add this post. Okay? And in here, after for loop is done, we have a list of posts. And in here, we have a 2 item. And in here, I want to return my posts. And let's define our return type. It's list of post. But we get error because we have async value and we need wrap it in a feature of list of posts. Okay, we have a list. Let's run it in main, remove the coffee, and in here I know that I can, for example, I have a list of posts and post, yeah, and I have a requests dot get posts, but get posts is future and we need await for that. Okay, and for showing my post, I wanna show the list. Let's for post in posts, I wanna print user post dot owner, and wrap it in curly braces, post dot owner, and I need a new line. After that, I wanna set message column post dot message. Yeah, it's good for me now. And I have a mistake in here. I need to remove s in here. Let's run again. Run. And you can see we have an error because in here, when we decode the JSON, we have a list of dynamic, not list of map string dynamic. Let's change it to dynamic and rerun again and see the result. Okay, in here you can see we have a user test message. This is a message from test user Mahdi. This is a message from Mahdi, and in Postman we have the same result, and we can actually request to a server and connect to the API and get the result and parse the result and show. For example, we can show in application, in Android application or iOS application, but in this example we actually print and show the result in a console application. Actually, in the start of our project, we call the API and print list of posts. But let's actually create login and sign up page and add this functionality to our application.
For do that, we need to add, let's remove this. We need to add a function and we need to add a capability to get user input. Actually, we need an interactive application. We don't want to just show the post message and list a message. I want to add a functionality to get user input. And with that, we need to import .io, dart input output, import dart column io. And in here, we can get user input. For example, var input equals, and to do that, when you import .io, you have stdin.readline sync. And when you add this code wait to user input and fill the input of user in these sections, okay? Because I want to get username and password from user. I need the input. Okay, let's run and check. I run my applications, debug console, and let's run it again. And you can see, let's remove and run again. Yeah, you can see I'm in here, but I can't add inputs. If you have this problem, we need change the run our application in VS Code, because in here we are in debug console and we can't put data and input. And how we can fix this? Close this, and in extensions, I go to the Dart, I found Dart, and click to settings, in extension setting, and in here, after this keyword, I write console, and you can see Dart CLI console. I change debug console to terminal. Let's save it, close my applications, and run it again. And in here, my applications build and run, and I can, do you see that? And my application is running on terminal. You can run in your terminal, for example, new Windows on terminal, and you can run your applications Dart run. And for example, in here I need to go to my project and Dart tutorial ls. In here I have a project ls, I have a lead cdlib ls, and I can Dart run main.dart. And in here I can put data, for example, Mahdi. This is user input, and when I put my data, it's put it in input variable or everything you set. But I don't wanna, for example, always go to terminal and run this, and because of that, we can change Dart extension setting and everything work. Okay, let's print and check your input is column and here input. Okay, let's check, run again. In here I can start without debugging, and you can see I can, for example, Mahdi. You can see your input is Mahdi. Let's add some print in here. I need to add print input, or for example, username. Okay, I want to get a username, and after that, we know that this is username. And after get username, I want to print password. And here I need to rerun this and put it in here, and this could be password. Okay, and let's print it. It's better to use single quote. Your username is username and password is password. Okay, let's run and check what happened. Run, in here, print username. Okay, I wanna Mehdi and password 12345, and you can see your username is Mehdi and password is 12345. Okay, we can get data from user. First print, after that user knows, okay, need to input username. After that we get username from readline sync, and everything is okay. Let's add another request. I want to call it sign up. Sign up. Okay. In here, we have argument. We need a username and password. Let's add a string username and a string password. Okay. And we have HTTP dot. We know that in our in sign up request, we read documentation and we know that we need to send post request. Okay, post to sign up and put username and password as a JSON. Okay, let's check. In here, I have HTTP dot post and URI dot parse. And after that, we know that config dot base URL, after that sign up, and we have a post request. Let's save it in a variable response, and we have the response. Let's print our result. We know that we need to async. We need an async request and await, and I want to print my response dot body, and let's check what we have in here. And I want to add a future string. Let's just return the body response dot body. Okay, and save. And in main, let's comment out the post sections. Okay, let's remove the, oh my god, remove this print. And in here, I wanna get, for example, var login or sign up result equals await requests dot, oh my god, okay, we need a static because access without, do you see that? If I doesn't put a static, we need to create instance from request, and after that we could call sign up. Let's sign up. Username is username, and username is a string that could be nullable, and let's set, we know that it's never null, but we need a add check because maybe user just said enter and doesn't feel anything. Let's run and check what happened. Okay, username, I want to put, for example, test2, password 1234556, and we don't have anything. And why? Because we doesn't print it. Let's print it. Print sign up result and run again. Put test3, password 123, and oh, we have an error. And we have an error. Why? Because I don't pass my username and password. And why we have an error? Because we need the response is a JSON and we don't get success message. Because I doesn't put my data. I just called sign up. When you use post, you have another parameter that we call body, and in here we need JSON encode. Encode, because when you use JSON decode, you are getting a JSON and converted to, for example, map in Dart. But when you have a map, you need converted map to JSON that
because server doesn't understand what is map in Dart. Server understand JSONs. Okay, let's create a JSON because we have an object in here. Put username and pass username, and after that I put password and pass. Yeah, it's very good. Let's run our application again. In main, start. Okay, username. Oh my god. Test 4 1 2 3, and you can see we get a message and server says, okay, created. You create another user. You have another user, and we can log in with test4 and password 123.
Okay, let's improve our code. In here, when I want to get posts, I create new post and pass, for example, owner and message. But consider if I have, for example, another endpoint, another API endpoint that, for example, bring us favorite posts. It's another request, and I need to add again these posts. I need to handle, okay, object owner, object message, and maybe we have a lots of item in post. For example, owner, message, like, comments, and lots of things. And we need to repeat these sections, repeat constructor of post and pass data. But we can improve it to prevent duplicate code. Let's go to the post. And in here, we have one constructor. We know that we can create named constructor. For example, let's create post.fromJSON. From JSON, it's a common name that you can see in lots of projects, and we use from JSON. It's a very common syntax and very common name to handle. Okay, when you have from JSON, in most of the time that means you wanna parse a JSON and return a post class. And what's that means? Okay, we have a named constructor that get a map, its object, a string, and dynamic JSON. That means, okay, we know that in here we have an object, and let's show it in a comment. We have an object that have, for example, message equals something, and for example we have an owner that's equals, for example, Mahdi. Okay, we know that each post is an object. An object is equals map. We convert the JSON, we decode the JSON, and we have a map. Okay, and in here I want to return a post. Return post, and I need an owner. Let's JSON owner and JSON message. Okay, it's the same thing we have in here, and I can use post.fromJSON and just pass my object, and from JSON convert my data. But we have an error, and let's see what's happened. In here, we know that if I wanna use named constructor, I need to put and initialize final variable. That means, for example, I can call super and pass data, but it's very hard. I wanna do some calculation. For example, I wanna check if JSON owner isn't null or something like that. For this, we have another constructor that we call factory constructor. When you use factory constructor, can you imagine you have a factory? For example, you have a factory, you have a chocolate factory, okay? In chocolate factory, you say, okay, I want a dark chocolate or white chocolate. In this factory, provide you everything you want. And for that, we use factory constructor. And you can also create a static method. And you can, for example, a static post from JSON and do this, copy and paste in here, copy this item. You can do this, but it's better to use factory constructor. Okay, you have a factory constructor in here, and when I want to create a post from my APIs, from my JSONs, I can very easily request .from JSON. In this example and in these APIs, we have only post. Okay, and we know that each post have an ID, but I don't want to add it in here. Consider that if our project have a post, or for example have another type, like for example like Instagram, we have a reel. Maybe we have a reel, but in this case we don't have any reel, but we can create a further class. Let's check. In models, I want to create new file, content.dart class content, and content have a final int id. That means I know that each content of my project has an ID, and if in future I want to add reels in my project, I can extend it to content. I know that it is content, and in here we have a constructor of ID, and we know that post have ID. Extends to content, and in here I need to add ID. Let's add it in here, super.id. Okay, and in here we have an error because we need to add JSON ID. Let's check. Here when I wanna call posts, where is my post? Okay, get post. Yeah, we have an ID of integer, and in here only thing that I need, add JSON ID. Maybe we want to add a functionalities, for example update post, and we need an ID to update our post. We add a content folder, and in here let's run and make sure our project run correctly. In main I go to this, comment out these lines, and again I want to call my posts. Let's run, and you can see, yeah, we have a test from test and Mahdi from Mahdi. In our request we have a 2 requests for now, but we know that maybe when I'm calling my APIs, maybe I have an error. For example, maybe server is down, maybe my network connections, and for example, my Wi-Fi connection, network connection is off, and I need to handle that. And we know that we can use exception handling. In here, I want to add a try catch sections. I want to try to get my post, and maybe I couldn't get, I want to catch an exception. I have an E, that means exceptions. And let's just return an empty array. That means if I have any error, I don't have any post. Okay, then we'll return an empty list. We can, for example, print and for example error, and let's go. Okay, but it's not a best practice. Do you know that it doesn't good to handle your exceptions in here? It's better to use another functions to handle for you, but let's keep it simple. And I just want to add, okay, try to get post. If you couldn't, return a null, return an empty array, empty list, because we don't have any post, because we have an error, and just print error. Sign up, I want to do same things. Catch and return error. And yeah, I think for now that's fine. Okay, in this section, I want to add another functionalities to my application. But if you look the code, you understand if application start, we get username, password, and after that, we sign up the user. After that, we get post. And for example, we can add post request, but I want to have a menu that user could, for example, type, for example, number 1, I want to log in, number 2, I want to get post, number 3, I want to add post. And let's create a menu for our application. Above that, let's print, for example, if user click 1, user can log in. If user print 2, user can sign up. If user press 3, user can get posts. If user pass 4, user can add post. And number 5, if user press number 5, I want to forward user to Chatroom. Okay? And other keys, or for example, for exit, press any key or other keys. Okay? And let's run our project and see what's happened. Okay, in here, run. In here we have a project, and okay, we have a text, and after that we get username, but I don't want to put username right now. Let's run again. Let's run again. And yeah, you can see we have a one-line print, but after that I want to get, for example, final action and stdin dot read a line, and I want to check the user input. Let's use switch to action. We have the action, and if we have a case 1, we know that I want to forward user to login method, and we don't have any login method. Let's add it. In request, I can copy and paste sign up and add login. We know that for login we need username and password, and we need the post, but my request is need to be login. And everything is just fine. We need to send username and password, and it's okay. But I want to add a function in here. Let's add, for example, feature void login. This login is implementation. The login we have in request is a request, but in here I want to actually do something in my application. Let's add requests dot login. We need a username and password that we know that I need to get from user. Final username equals stdin dot read. But before that, I want to add a hint for user. Let's print username column, and we get username, print password column, and we need to get from another line in here password. Okay, it's very nice. We have a username and password, but maybe user doesn't fill them. I think I can check if username equals null, or I'm sorry, password equals null. We have an error. Oh, I'm sorry, I read line. We need to read a line. Read line. Okay, if we have a null, if each of them is null, let's print, please add your username and password. Okay, and return. Let's add async. Okay, if we have a, for example, null items, I wanna go out from this function because we need to user put something. Okay, and we don't have any error because we have a null check. In here, I have a final response, and this response is a feature I need to await. And how I can check login is correct? Let's check the login response and see what happened. Let's print it. Okay, print response, and I wanna go to this my functionality. In here I have a login. Okay, let's run our project and see what happened. In here we need a passive. For example, in here I check if user pass 1 with the username. I know test 3 1 2 3 4. Okay, we don't have any user with that. Let's run again. I don't know, I think I wanna log in. Username test 4, I think 1 2 3. Yeah, that's correct. And we get the response. We get a user ID, username, and token. This token for authentication. For example, with this token, I can add a post because with this token, each user is identified in our server. And we need to store these in my applications. I wanna, when we have a login user, I need to save this data. And how I can do this? Let's create another model, new file, user.dart. And each user has final int ID, final string username, and final string token. Okay, and let's create a constructor for that. And we know that we can add a factory user.from JSON. And in here we have a map of a string dynamic and JSON, and return a user. JSON, we know that it's ID. JSON, we know that it's username, and JSON token. Okay, we have a user from JSON, and let's close this user. After login, I want to return a user. Okay, let's add, for example, user. Future user, and in here maybe my user is null, return null. And in here, when I got the user, when I get a response, in here I can change a string to a user. If we have a successful login, we need a we need a user. And maybe it's null because maybe we have an error, and let's return a null because we don't have any user. And we can print error in here. And in here, I need to parse my JSON. And for do that, I know that I can return a user that from JSON. And what's that JSON? We know that we need a JSON decode and pass response.body. Okay. In here I have a user and I can get user in here. You can see this type is user, could be null. And I can only return this. Okay. Return await, and after logging, maybe we have a null user, but we can return a user. And in here, when I have a case 1, that means user wanna log in, I wanna await, and in main applications, in main function, I wanna create a user that's null user, or maybe we can change current user, and for default it's null, and I want to pass current user, and yeah, we have a user in here. And after we log in, we can save the user info in this variable, and after that, for example, if I want to add a post, I can get token of user from this variable and add my posts. Okay, let's add another case. For example, case 2, I want to sign up. But, and let's break, but we don't have any sign up. If we create this before, let's cut and create future void and sign up. Okay, add it here, and we know that we need username, we need a password, and we need to have async. And if in here we get username and password twice, we can extract this for line to another function. For example, we can add a function like get username and password, and we can move it to another function, but it doesn't matter for now. We can sign up, and sign up, I just want to create I just want to print the result of sign up, but I want to await to say, okay, let's wait to sign up is complete, and after that do other things. Okay, let's another case 3, and get posts. I don't have it. Let's create a break. We have a post in here and cut, and I have a future void get posts, and in here I wanna load a list of posts. This is async, and I just wanna await to get all posts. It's very nice. We have an add post and Chatroom. Okay, let's create Chatroom. Let's create add post functions. For add post functions, let's go to the request and create another function. In here, I want to add post, and let's check my documentation. For adding post, we know that we have a JSON of message and post request to post URL. Let's check. We have a post to post, yeah. And here I wanna add a message, not username password. Let's remove. In here we have a message, and remove this and message. Everything is fine, and it's very good. Okay. But in here we don't have any user. It's maybe could be a string. In here I wanna return a error string if we have any error, and after that I want to return response.body. It's like, for example, sign up. And in main I want to add a case for and break and await get or add post. But we know that add post, it's let's create this method future it's void add post, and add post, it's need to get, for example, a line from user. I'm sorry. Let's copy and paste this thing. Oh my god, copy, paste in here, post message. I need to get post message from user. This is a message. And let's check if message equals null, just return, and we can print error. It's need to be async and print, please add a message for post. And if message is a null, we have a post, and I can await requests dot add post, and we have a message, and we have a response, final response, and print response. Okay, and we have an add post. Okay, let's create our application, but we have an error because when I want to add a post, I need a token. Do you know that? Because if I pass a message, this message is it's need to depend to a user, but in here I don't pass any user. For that, before user, I would need to add a string token of user and send it to server. You can see in here, if I have a post, I have authorization. It's need to be barrier token, and we pass our token in here. And how we can pass this authorization to the server? Authorization is sent from headers. Let's check. If I turn on authorization in Postman, we have a key in my headers that calls authorizations, barrier, space, and token. Let's define it in our application. In here, when I want to post something, after body, I have another things that called headers, and headers is a map. Let's add it. Do you see that? In here we have a map, key value, and we know that the key is authorization equals, let's copy and paste because for prevent mistake, barrier, a space, and pass token. That's it. Very simple, okay? And in here, if I want to add a post, I know that I need a user, and it's maybe null user, and if user equals null, return. But before that, before that I need a print, please log in first. Very good. And if user login, I know that user dot token. Okay, and in here, when I want to add a post, I need to pass current user to this method. Let's check these 4 actions. Run our application. I just want to add a post. Let's press 4 and check. Please log in first. Okay, I want to log in first. And we know that if we want to log in, we need to press 1. My username is test4. My password 123. We have a login, maybe, but our application is closed. How we can handle it? Do you see what happened? When I logged in successful, and let's check. Let's print current user again. I want to log in. Username is test4, 123, and you can see we have an instance of user, but we are getting out from application. But I don't want to get out. I wanna go forward. For doing this, we have an option. After current user, let's move whole of this code to an infinite loop. While true, and I added in here. And every time actions will end, while loop again check to get another command. And let's check if we have a default. That means default is for existing press other keys. If user press another keys, I want to return. And when I return, that means return all of main and our application is stop. Let's run again. Okay, I want to log in, test4, and password is 123. We have an instance of user, and again, because we have a while for infinity, again run and wait to get another action. And for now, I want to add another post. If I pass 4, you'll see we don't have any error because our current user is filled right now, and we have a test for user in this situation of our application. Okay, what's the post message? It's a new message from command line app add, and we see that message created. And I wanna see my posts. I know that I need to pass 3 and check. Yeah, you can see I have a user test4 message. It's a new message from command line app. Very nice. And after get all post, because we are in while true and it's infinite loop, it's wait to get another command. But I want to, for example, use 0, and when I pass 0 and another key, default will be run and it's return and application will stop. When you watch a video on YouTube, the video is streamed from YouTube servers to your device. As the video is streaming, the data is broken up into small chunks or packets. And each packet is sent to your device in a continuous stream. As your device receives each packet, it decodes and displays the video. This process allows you to watch a video on YouTube without having to wait for the entire video to download. Instead, you can start watching the video as it streams to your device. In a sense, YouTube's streaming technology is similar to the way that Dart streams work. In Dart, data is also broken up into small chunks or events, and these events are sent to listeners in a continuous stream. As the events are received by the listeners, they can be processed and handled in real time. Let's check a very simple example about streams in Dart. I have a function that returns a stream of int get counts or counter for int count. I will explain you what's happening here. And I have a future dot delayed duration milliseconds, or for example seconds 1, and I need a await and yield I, and for everything work correct I need that. Okay, I have this method. It doesn't matter what's happening here. Let's check one thing. Final stream counter 20 stream.listen and print event. Okay, I want to run my project in here. Let's remove, and again I will run. Check the output. In each second we get a number. Do you see that? It's a string. You can consider it's a river and each item is a boat. In here we are listening to events that these streams of int stream to us and print it. And what's happened in this function? In this function, we doesn't return a feature. Streams are like a feature, you know? Feature has a data in future, but streams has some data sequentially. Do you know? Streams is a river that, for example, start for now and end in one time in future. It doesn't matter. It's listening. Consider a chat room. When we have a chat room, we are listening together to message from our friends to us. When you have a stream function, you need async star. That means you need to return and pass an event from this function to outside. And for putting data to this river, you need yield the event. I have a stream of data and yield data, and yield it's this event. I print this event and I have this. You can consider, okay, in here we have a message in chat room, and if user put something in their device, we are listening to the chat stream and we get his message.
Let's try to add Chatroom. Our API has an endpoint to request WebSocket. WebSocket is a protocol like HTTP. You can see, for example, in Postman, we can call and connect to server socket, and the format is WS. And if I want to explain you what is socket value, we understand what is HTTP request. For example, if you have a HTTP request for user login, you send data and you send a request to the server with HTTP protocol, and server give you a response. It's one request and one response. And for having this functionality, you need to call this API, you need to call this function, you need to call this HTTP route. But when you have a WebSocket or something like Socket.io and something like that, in here we have some difference. You create a connection between client and server, you send a request, one request, and you are connected together, you are connected to server, and you can send and receive data, and you can listen. When data come from server, you do something. For example, in a chat room, you don't want to refresh all the time and repeatedly request HTTP because it's not good for performance. If you want to implement a chat room with HTTP REST APIs, you need to, for example, each second or each 5 seconds, you need to recall this API, and it's very, very huge and it's very bad. But in here and in this project, for creating chat room or something that needs live connections, we use WebSocket protocol. And for create and for use WebSocket in my Dart console applications, in PubSpec YAML, we know that we have HTTP package, but it doesn't work for WebSocket protocol. It's for HTTP protocol. We have another package. Let's check. I want to use WebSocket channel. This package provide a stream channel that we can, for example, in here, I can use URI.parse WS and connect to the WebSocket.
Let's add it to our project and check what happened. Okay, and here I use dependencies and add it in here. Let's pop.get, let's pop get, and I want to config my chat room. If user click on 5, let's add a case, 5, break, and chat room. Okay, let's create another function in here and let's just call chat room and implement that. When we have a chat room, we know that we need to connect to our WebSocket. Let's copy and paste and see what happened in this example. I have a WS URL. I know that it's my base URL, but let's change it to config and create a const, copy and paste, WS URL, each WS, and everything is good. And in here, I just passed config dot WS URL. Okay, we have a WebSocket channel and I want to connect to this URL. And we have a stream and we can listen to this stream. Okay, let's print message and see what happened. And let's store the value var stream, and the result is stream subscriptions. That means I can cancel it or pause it or everything I want I can do with this listener. And when Chatroom is run, let's print you are in Chatroom. For exit, press, for example, I don't know, for example, press minus. It's good. But when user press minus, I want to cancel this stream and close and get out of the chat room. But in here, I am writing the message coming from other user. But for sending message from this user, I need to add another while true, because we are in chat room and always we want to get the user input. Final message, it's about chat, and stdin dot read line. We can check if message equals to this character. I wanna get out of my channel stream. Let's check channel.sync.close. I want to close a stream. We can add, for example, a status code, but it doesn't matter. I want to close it. And after that, I want to close my stream and release that stream.cancel and return. That means chat room is done. But if message is anything else, that means user wanna type and send a message to chat room. To do that, we use a stream. Oh no, we use channel.sync.add. And in here, we have a dynamic data. Let's just send message. Okay, let's check what happened if I run my application. Let's check. Okay, run. In here, I want to log in. Login and username test4, password 123. Okay, we sign up. If we log it in our application, I want to go to the chat room. We are in chat room, okay, And in here, I connect to a WebSocket with another user. In here in Postman, I create another user, and in here, I can, for example, hello everyone. I wanna put this message to the chat room. You can see it means you send this message. And in here, I didn't get the message. And let's try and send some message from here. For example, hello from command line. And in here, we can receive message that this user send. And why this happened? Why we can't receive message? But we are showing message. We are listening. We have a stream, and we are listening to this stream. But because after create this stream, I have a while for infinity for wait to get a read line. My console is blocked until I get a new message. And after that, okay, we have this in while loop and send it again. And again, I go to while true. Our code is locked in here, and it doesn't let to this stream print message from Chatroom. And for improve this code, we need to handle it user input with another way. I want to create a stream for reading lines from, for example, when I put something and press enter in console, I don't want to get in while loop. I want to get it from another ways, and I want to use streams. Let's create a function, a stream. We know that message that we write in console is a string, and in here I want to get, for example, call it read line. And this function is one line function. I can use arrow. And in here, for create these, we know that with std in, I can read input. And I want to add some transform to that. And one transform, and first transform is utf8 dot decoder. I want to decode with utf8, and another transform line splitter. That means I want to transform read line, and I want to convert it to a stream with utf8 decoder, and let's add it in another line, add it in here and in here. And after this transform to line splitter. This means split line by line and call back to this stream. And I can listen to that. Let's check. I want to remove while loop because it's lock our functionalities. For doing this, I have a read line dot listen. That means I want to listen to lines user input in console and put my code in here. And we need to remove this line and change events to message, because we know that streams have a string data. Okay, let's run and check what happened. Login, test 4, 1, 2, 3, and go to Chatroom. In here, I get message, you are in Chatroom. For exit press dash, but we are going away. And and why this happened? Because Chatroom doesn't hold user. We need to hold user. We need to have a asynchronous function. Let's add it, async. And in here, after all of the line, I need to wait until this stream is working. And to do that, I have a stream.asFuture and await. Wait until I get a stream. Let's run. Yeah, login, test 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, but we have another error. And why? Because I need to add await in my chat room. Await, let's run again. Login test 4, 1, 2, 3, and 5. We are in chat room. This is a message from console. Send. We get this message, you can see in here. And hi everyone, welcome test 4. And you can see I got the message from another user. I want to add some improvement to my code. You can see our chat is work, but for improve our code, I want to change something. In here, we have a read line and we are see the user and observe the user data because we have a stream and a strings item put user input is streamed and we can observe it. And we have another with std in readline sync for homepage, but I want to mix them together and I want to have one readline. I want to have one input, and on that input I want to check, okay, we are in homepage and we need to check login, sign up, post, and add post. But if user, for example, in chat room, I know that, okay, every input that's inside my std in is for chat. Let's create and check what happened. First of all, I put my token in here and you see it doesn't matter. This is for one user and we set a dynamic after some change. In here, I wanna create page enum. Can you imagine I have a home page, and in home page I have some button, for example, login button, sign up button, get post button, and add post button. But I have another page that is my chat room, and I want to redirect the user to chat room. Let's define our page in enum page. In here I have a home and chat room. All right. I want to define another variable, chat room. I'm sorry, final, or because we want to change it, I define it var current page, and this page is equals for default page dot home. Okay. And I don't want to have while true. I want to create my read line that you see it in chat room. I want to bring it in my main method and main function. Yeah. And we know that, okay, when I bring my read line and I am bringing my stream in here, this message is not depend in chat room. It's maybe 1, 2, 3 and action in home. It's maybe one of them. In here, I want to create a switch case for current page, and depend current page. I want to handle this input something else. In here, I know that maybe page.chatroom or case page home. Okay, we have two options. If we have another page in future, we can add it in here and add a switch statement and add a case again and check what happened. Okay. In here, I want to bring my chat code. These are about chat. I want to cut it and bring it in my chat room. Another thing that I forget to add is channel. We have this channel in here. We define it in main method because we want to connect in first step in our project. We want to create and connect to WebSocket. Okay, channel.sync.add and message is adding here, because if user don't press exit button, we wanna send message to chat room. Okay, and let's change my home. We know that we have a home. Let's cut my switch and we don't need read line sync because we are replaced with our stream, and bring it in here. But in here, we don't have any input or action. We have message, and if we wanna change our message, and we need to handle asynchronous in our function. I put async in here, and you can see, yeah, everything is good. And when user puts the chat room, I don't want to pass anything, and just I want to bring my stream listener also in main. Okay, in here I want to listen to my stream, and if message bring from a stream, I want to print it, but we need some check. For example, if we are in page, if we are in current page equals to page dot chat room. If we are in chat room, we wanna print message, otherwise do nothing. And in here we have an error. Let's remove our parameter, and yeah, in here we have in chat room. That means our current page is equals page dot chat room. We change, okay, and we check if we are in chat room. Okay, let's do things. But if we are in home page, check message to case 1, login, and other thing. Okay, let's run and see what happened. We are in main, but we don't have any menu. Let's, for example, add one, and you can see we go to login. But I want to show this print. I want to show this print a statement to press what you want, whatever you want. For that, because I need to add somewhere in my project, I want to define a method for that. I want to create a function. Okay, in here I create void print menu, and in here print this menu. Okay, we have it. And in the start of my project, before listening, I want to print menu and run again. Run again. Yeah, in here we have menu, and I wanna, for example, I wanna see my posts. I see my posts, but after posts finish, I wanna show again my menu. I wanna see my menu. Maybe it's need to some very long scroll. Let's add it, and we need to add it after switch statement in page, after checking, after login or sign up and everything you have. And I wanna add print menu after switch statement in home. This is my switch statement in home. After that, I wanna print menu. Let's run again. Okay, we have our menu. I want to, for example, I want to log in. Test 4 1 2 3. We are logged in. We need to change this message. For example, I want to see posts. We see these posts, and again we have a menu. I want to go to chat room. We are in chat room. We can print something, everything we want. It doesn't matter. And I print, and I press dash and enter. And what happened? We have some error. Let's check it. We need change some code in our chat room page. Before doing anything, I want to change my page. I have current page equals, if user press dash, we want to change our page, page.homepage. And I don't want to cancel or close my streams because these streams I want to work in whole my project, and until I have my project, until my project is running, I don't want to close it or cancel my streams. And let's remove these and run again. Run. Okay, I want to log in first. Mahdi, test 4 1 2 3, and we logged in. I can see my post and I want to go to Chatroom. Okay, hello, I am test 4, and I want to exit. But when we exit in here, when I press this, I change my home, but we have a return. We don't have anything. In here, after changing our page, let's print menu again, run it again. Okay, I want to log in, test 4 1 2 3, and for example, Chatroom. We are in Chatroom. We can whatever we want. We can type it and exit. After you exit, you have menu. I want to see my posts. We have posts. Everything is good and everything is nice. Okay, I want to back to my Chatroom, print something I want, or I can, for example, send message. Send. How are you? I'm fine. I want to go exit. I'm in here, but how we can exit our program? Let's, for example, we say for exit press other keys. I want to press 0, and what happened? Nothing. Let's handle exit. For handling exit, I want to before exit and before close my program, and we know that if we are in here, I want to handle exit. To close our program, we need to close our listener, close our streams. We have 2 streams. One of them is for getting message from Chatroom. We have listened to that, and we have a stream subscription. In here again, we have another stream subscription and for user input. Okay, for that I want to define 2 stream subscription. Stream subscription, it's type of a string because our user data is a string, and input listener, it's nullable. Let's define it nullable. And again, I have another, but it's dynamic because you can see if you press in that, you can see we have a stream subscription of dynamic, and it's for chat listener. Okay, let's change it to chat listener, and in here let's input listener. Okay, we have it. But when we need to close our stream and go away, okay, let's, in here we are in default, user press other keys, and in here, first of all, I need to channel. I have a channel dot sync. We can add or close. I want to close my sync first. I want to add a status code. For adding a status, I want to import in here, import WebSocket channel status as a status to access to that. And in here, I wanna set my status dot going away. This is a feature, and for that I wanna wait until close happened. After that, close my chat listener. I have a chat listener, chat listener dot cancel, and it's nullable. I need to null check first and await that, and again await our input listener. Okay, let's correct. Okay, it's correct. Listener and dot cancel. But because it's maybe take a time, let's print one thing to user understand. Print, please wait. Let's run. Okay, I wanna, for example, see my posts, and in here I wanna put everything I want. Please wait. After a few seconds, we going out, and our program is finished. Okay, let's remove this static data. For that, I know that I need to move something that's very, very unique for user. It's token, okay? For that, let's define our WebSocket channel as a nullable, because my channel is WebSocket channel, and it's nullable. And in here I have a channel, because when we are starting our project, user not logged in yet, and we don't have any token. Okay, and comment out this, and let's comment out this and check. Okay, in here I need to, in here when I can, for example, use question mark, and we have a dead code. That means compiler knows, okay, your channel isn't defined and this code doesn't work anymore. And for prevent this error, I need to change the position of this line. And let's add some question mark. We have a dead code. We improved it. Wait. Okay. We have 3 times we have a dead code because we don't have defined our channel, and compiler knows this isn't work anymore because you didn't define your channel. How I can solve this problem? In here, if I'm in Chatroom, I need a check. If, let's check if I'm in Chatroom, if current user is null, I need a return, and before that print please log in first. Okay, and we are in login. I want to change, I want to put 2 things in here because I want to go to home, and after that I want to generate my channel and put my channel in login. But before that, let's add a method, config chat channel, and put it in here. We don't have any chat listener, but we can do it and bring our channel in here in public and our chat listener in public to solve this error. And this method understand what can do. Okay, in login, after user logged in, we know that we have a user, okay? But before we pass the user, let's check. We have a current user in here. I want to put and config chat channel because in here I have a user, and before streaming I wanna put some if, because I don't wanna listen twice. If we listen twice to the stream, we have error. I want to check if channel equals to null, do this, config it. And before that, I wanna put my channel. I have a WebSocket channel connect. We need a URI. Let's copy this line. And in here, yeah, let's comment out. And in here I have a token. I know that in here I have a user. I put ws URL, yeah, but maybe after sign up, yeah, everything is work correctly. Let's check. I have options. I want to go to Chatroom straight, we have an error. We say press something. We have this error now. Please log in first. Let's log in and test 4 1 2 3. And in here I want to go to Chatroom. Hello. And in here we get my message in here and it's work. Let's bring out and exit. We can improve our code and, for example, move it this section in here. I can change it because we have a we can cut this section and bring it in Chatroom. Okay, I want to, before doing anything else, I want to check if user null. I don't want to change, and let's run, because in here we have in home. Yeah, it's better now. I know that we can improve this code, and we can, for example, create some files, and move our code, because we have lots of code in main.dart. We can separate this code. For example, we can have login class and handle it login things in login class, but I don't want to add confusing things in this course. And in here we have our project, it's work, but absolutely we can do it better, we can improve it. And in another course I want to talk about some improvement that we can make in our code. For example, solid principle, some design patterns, and etc. Okay, for last things, I want to add some beautiful things to our console. If you see our console in here, we have a very simple text. Let's add some color to our text. For do that, we have some package. One of them is here. You can see it's chalk dart. I like it. Let's check it and what happened. I have chalk dart. Let's copy and add it to our project. In pubspec YAML, in here, let's add it. Okay, this add, and I wanna change my print to use that. For example, for my menu, let's wrap it with another parentheses. For my menu, let's cut this. I want to use a style. For example, chalk dot bg blue bright, and in here I put my text. Let's run and see what happened. Yeah, you can see I don't want to like that bg blue bright. Okay, again, yeah, it's some background, it's background blue and bright text. It's for menu. I want to add, for example, my inputs, for example, username. Let's remove these, and chalk dot bold dot green. Add in here, and this is we can do some improvement. For example, I wanna add another class. It's not very good best practice. Let's create another class. I wanna add it styles or text style dart. We have a class text style, and in here, for example, I have a final static or a static const, because we are using static const, for example, but we can't use const because I want to bring a method, and this is maybe changed, and we need to add it final. A static final input hints and input hints it's chalk dot. Let's add the parentheses in here. I wanna need a chalk class. Chalk class need to get a string message, for example, and return a chalk dot. We know that for input I want a bold and green, and in here I want to put my message to that. But why we have an error? You want to put my response. Why it doesn't work? It's need to be a string. Yeah. Okay, we have these, and in here I can put a text style dot input hints. We have hints in here. In here we have error. Let's define our error. And in here I want to copy and paste it. We have error. Errors need to be bold and red. In here I have an error. Text style dot error, and yeah, this is my error. And we have again username and password, copy and paste. And in here I have my password. Okay, it's good. We can change it, it doesn't matter now. And we have a get post. Let's add emoji, unless I don't wanna print user and message. I wanna use emoji for beautiful things. For add emoji in Mac, you can use Control Command and a space, and you can search. For example, in here I want to use a person. For example, this is good for me. Yeah, and message, I want to add a message, or I think chat. Yeah, it's good. It's for example message. And this is error. Let's define error. Text styles dot errors. Yeah, this is the input. Text styles dot input. Nice. Please add a message. It's error again. Text styles dot error. Yeah. And you know that you can do it by yourself. It doesn't matter for my course now. We have some static message. For example, you can create another method, for example, strings, and say, okay, I want to say error login, and error login always this item. You can put it in another static method and bring it in here. But I want to bring it simple. It doesn't matter for me. And let's add a, for example, in my text style, copy and paste, chat or post. For post, I want to add magenta. Okay, my post, got it here, and I want to use text style dot post. And yeah, let's run and see what happened. Run it. And yeah, for example, I want to log it in first. Test 4, 1, 2, 3. I want to see my post. I put 3, and yeah, it's a very beautiful format. You can, for example, add a line, for example, print, and for example, a simple line add in here. And let's remove again. You can, in here, let's check. Yeah, we have this. You can change the distance of these and add a string calculation, you have, for example, you can put here and post.message. I explain you what happened, .length. Again, run. It's a dynamic line, and if your message is small, a small length, your line is small, it's some operation you can do on strings. If you have a strings and add it to another things, it could be another string, but you can multiple, and that means if your length is 10, your underscore is repeat 10 times. You can use Dart in server. For example, you see our project in a Postman, and we have some, for example, endpoint, it's API, and I wrote this by myself with Dart Frog. Dart Frog is a library, is a package that you can use it. It's a very simple, it's a very minimal, and you can use it for backend. You can use Dart in your server, and it has a very simple documentation. You can see it and use it. For example, if you want to create API, you can see Dart Frog provides a simple core with a small API surface area in order to reduce the learning curve and ramp up time for developers. It's very simple. You can use it. I use it and I love it because I'm not a server-side developer. I'm in front-end. I use Flutter for web and mobiles. I want to show you an example of using that in Dart tutorial. You see that example. I want to show your code. I put my code in GitHub. Let's check. In here, I want to explain you very quickly what happened. If you have you can create it, but this overview, you can install Dart Frog CLI and create a project and run your server. For example, in here, I have in here my server is running, and for that my request have a response because I run it in my local, and you can see our log. You can see this is a logs. For example, we use post get to some items. It doesn't matter, but let's show the code. In here, we have a folder called routes. You can see we have a login route. You can get your request and, for example, parse your user input, username, password. We have some dependency injection. I talk about dependency injection and other design patterns in another course. I get user from my MySQL database. It's a query to MySQL database, and in PubSpec YAML we have some libraries. For example, Dart Frog. Yeah, we have a WebSocket in our project in a Chatroom, and Dart JSON Web Token for generating JWT and, for example, tokens. We have a DB crypt for encrypt password and MySQL. And yeah, we have some routes. We have VS, that means WebSocket, and in here I handle the message that's sent from users and add it to WebSocket. We have streams in here because WebSocket, that means we have something streams that send and receive data. We have a middleware. We can add middleware. For example, in here we have an injection handler. In here we have a request logger, and in here I config my database connection. In here we have an error. I create my exceptions. In here, for example, you can create your own try-catch. You can create your own exceptions with implementation of exception class and interface, it's the interface. If you create exception interface, you can provide your own errors. For example, I have a not found exceptions for example, if user put something that's unhandled or user that not found, I want to show this message. I have a message in here. Yeah, and it's good. I have some models. Each chat has a user channel, and you can see the source code. It's not best practice in server, but I try to use Dart frog to have everything with Dart.
So in this course, we learn lots of concepts in Dart, and actually we create a console application. I'm planning to make a Flutter course, and I want you to mention which kind of application you like learn together in Flutter course. Please comment below. I hope you learn Dart in this course. If you like this course, please support my work with like the video and sharing this. Also subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much for watching.